To order. Welcome to meeting number 5 of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on Monday, July 7th, 2025, the committee commences its study of the Canada Infrastructure Bank's financing of new vessels for BC ferries. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the standing orders. Members may attend in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. Before we continue, I would like to ask all in-person participants to consult the guidelines written on the cards on the table. These measures are in place to help prevent audio feedback incidents and to protect, of course, the health and safety of all participants, including our interpreters. You'll also notice a QR code in the card which links to a short awareness video. I'd like to make a few comments before we begin for the benefit of witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, please click on the microphone icon to activate your mic and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For those on Zoom, at the bottom of your screen, you can select the appropriate channel for interpretation, either floor, English, or French. And for those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. Clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. Before we welcome our first witness with us here today, I would just like to express on behalf of all members that our thoughts are with all Canadians affected by the forest fires ongoing across the country and express our appreciation to all the first responders and firefighters who are doing their best to manage those. Appearing before us, colleagues, for the first hour of today's 5-hour meeting is the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Point of order, Mr. Chair?
Yes. We have Mr. Johns joining us. The floor is yours, sir.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I just wanted to call for a point of order. I'm seeking unanimous consent as one of 7 Vancouver Island MPs. As you know, BC Ferries is critical to the lifeline of Vancouver Islanders. And as a New Democrat, where 25% almost of Vancouver Islanders voted New Democrat, I'm hoping this committee will support allowing me a 2.5-minute question period at the end of each round due to the impact this has on my constituents and as Vancouver Islanders. And as someone who's met with industry, as someone who's met with BC Ferries, NGOs, First Nations, and higher learning institutions and labor, I think that I could offer a lot in terms of my questions that would support this committee, Vancouver Islanders, British Columbians, and Canadians. And I hope this committee will support my request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johns. I was going to ask for unanimous consent, but I see your hand up, Mr. Albus.
Well, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Johns is given time, it should be at the expense of whichever party gives it. We have plenty of questions, and we're not prepared to share our time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus. Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, if there are members of the committee who want to cede some of their time to the NDP, I don't have a problem with that. But personally, I already have very limited time, so I would prefer not to cede. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Lauzon.
J'ai aucun problème.
I have no problem leaving some time for questions for the NDP. Out of your time, you mean? Well, I mean, the committee is in general. I think the committee could leave some place to the NDP. I think we could add 2.5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Johns, unfortunately, I don't have unanimous consent of the committee in order to provide you with that speaking time, and I don't have any members who are themselves coming forward to provide you with their time. So unfortunately, you will not have an opportunity to ask questions today, sir.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity, but I do believe this is an affront to democracy, and it hurts Vancouver Islanders, who would expect that we'd be given a chance of 2.5 minutes to ask each of the panelists and bring some very important insight. As the only MP that's taken this crusade over the last month of meeting with the stakeholders, I think I'd have a lot to offer. So I hope members will cede some of their time in consideration of the people of my riding and the benefit this would bring to the Transport Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johns. Once again, I'll return back to welcoming our first witness for today and our guest, the Honourable Chrystia Freeland, Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Joining her is from the Department of Transport, Arun Tangaraj, Deputy Minister, as well as Stephanie Hébert, Assistant Deputy Minister Programs. Welcome to all 3 of you, and thank you for taking the time to appear today. Minister, it's always a pleasure to have you here. You have 5 minutes for your opening statement. You now have the floor.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chair Peter. And thank you to everyone who is here working so hard. I do also really want to thank Arun Thangaraj, the Deputy Minister of Transport, and Stephanie Hébert, Assistant Deputy Minister of Transport. Thank you for all your hard work and for being here with me today. I do also want to join you, Mr. Chair, in recognizing that this is a time when wildfires are raging in many parts of our country. I know it touches some of the MPs here very close to home, and it's a good opportunity to thank all the first responders and to let Canadians know that on this issue, certainly we're all in it together to support them. As we all know, BC Ferries is an independent, privately operated organization regulated by the province of BC. This is not an entity under the authority of Transport Canada. I do share the committee's disappointment with this procurement. Cette décision arrive à un moment où le gouvernement du Canada.
This decision comes at a time when the Government of Canada is making historic investments to rebuild Canada's maritime sector. Through the National Shipbuilding Strategy, more than 20,000 jobs have been created or maintained each year, which contributes more than $2.3 billion annually to our GDP and provides essential resources to the Royal Canadian Navy and the Coast Guard, while strengthening national sovereignty and economic resilience.
In line with a 1977 agreement, Transport Canada does provide funds strictly for operations to the province of BC. This includes nearly $38 million in federal support that will go to the province in the fiscal year 25-26. The provinces uses that funding to provide operating support for ferry services. I am troubled by the procurement. I strongly believe in supporting Canada's shipbuilding capacity, supporting middle-class jobs, and in supporting our economy. We all recognize that this is a critical moment, particularly to support our steel and aluminum sectors, given the tariffs that Canada is facing. J'ai demandé à toutes les organisations sous les...
I've asked all organizations under Transport Canada, including ports, airports, and marine services, to prioritize Canadian content in their big purchases, notably Canadian steel and aluminum, to the extent possible. When Canadian options are not available, we prioritize purchases from countries with which we have concluded reciprocal trade agreements for procurement. And this ensures that our investments support fair and open trade practices. In June, I sent 71 letters containing this directive.
In line with the need now to support the Canadian economy, I have directed all organizations under the Transport Canada umbrella, including ports, airports, and marine services, to prioritize Canadian content in their major procurements, particularly Canadian steel, aluminum, and lumber, wherever feasible. When Canadian options are not available, our next preference is to buy from countries with whom we have reciprocal procurement agreements in our trade deals, ensuring our investments support fair, open, and rules-based trade. In June, I sent out 71 letters with this instruction. I have been an advocate of reciprocal procurement for Canada for some time. I first put forward the idea as Finance Minister in the 2021 budget and advanced it further in the 2023 budget in the 2023 Fall Economic Statement. In fact, in 2023, Finance published a policy statement outlining a plan to go forward with reciprocal procurement. This June, the federal government put in place a reciprocal procurement policy. I'm also glad to announce today that Transport Canada will be convening a meeting with the provinces and territories, as well as ferry owners, operators, shipyards, labor representatives, and the steel and aluminum industry. I spoke this morning about this meeting with the CEO of C-SPAN. This meeting will be a chance for us to work together, the federal government, the provinces, shipbuilders, labor, steel and aluminum, to talk about how we can buy Canadian. I will be convening a similar meeting, including the steel sector, for the rail industry and all rail operators. Je suis en train de convoquer une rencontre avec les provinces.
I'm convening a meeting with the provinces and territories, as well as ferry owners and operators, shipyards, labor representatives, and the steel and aluminum industry, as well as the softwood lumber industry. This meeting will be a chance for us to work together to address the challenges related to the procurement of ferries in Canada, and I also plan to hold a similar meeting with the rail industry. And I really want to thank the Deputy Minister of Transport, who has worked tirelessly with me to organize those meetings. I need to inform you that we got very positive feedback from our provincial and territorial counterparts, as well as from industry. So I think that there really is a lot of goodwill from their part. Is my time up?
So that I saw that squiggling, sorry. Let me then just conclude by saying I'm grateful for the work of the committee. I hope we can spend some time looking ahead to ways that we can support Canadian shipbuilders, Canadian steel and aluminum producers. That's something I am certainly focused on. I look forward to answering your questions.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Mr. Albus, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy Ministers, for the work you do. Minister, the ink isn't even dry on President Trump's latest executive order, basically targeting Canada for 35%. Our steel and aluminum workers, they are scared. And yet here we have an opportunity to be able to fund here in Canada, the elbows up, Canada strong rhetoric that your government has been putting out. We can stop this loan by the Canada Infrastructure Bank, and we can go to the table with BC Ferries and plan to do it and support our steel and aluminum workers here and shipbuilders here in this country. Are you standing by the loan?
Thank you, Mr. Albus, for your question. And I do want to start by saying I know that the wildfires are touching your constituency. And I want to say I support you and your constituents, and the federal government is here to provide any support they need. I totally agree with you that this is a moment of crisis for the Canadian steel and aluminum sectors, and they need our government's support. They need our country's support. I was on the phone this morning with the CEO of one of our steel companies and was in touch with one of our union leaders, as well as talking to the CEO of C-SPAN. My approach right now is to ensure that in the areas under my control, the areas that Transport Canada has responsibility for, we are pushing for Canadian workers in the manufacturing sector and for the use of Canadian steel and aluminum. That's why I sent out 71 letters in June to all the agencies I'm responsible for. That's why I'm convening a meeting specifically ensuring that we are building ferries in Canada using Canadian steel, and why we'll be convening a meeting to do the same thing with the rail sector.
Minister, it sounds like you're comfortable with the loan going out and supporting effectively the outsourcing of Canadian jobs to subsidize them over in the People's Republic of China at a Chinese state-owned shipyard. And you're speaking of letters. I have your letter here dated June 16th, 2025, and it says, I am dismayed that BC Ferries would select a Chinese state-owned shipyard to build new ferries in the current geopolitical context. I ask you verify and confirm with the utmost certainty that no federal funding will be diverted to support the acquisition of these new ferries. Did you know that the Canada Infrastructure Bank was going to be funding $1 billion of taxpayers' money to the acquisition of these vessels when you wrote this letter?
So let me first take issue, if I may, with your opening comment. I am dismayed by this procurement. I have made that very, very clear. And it's not just rhetoric. I have acted. I'm the transport minister. I was and am aware that there is money that goes from transport operating support for the operation of ferries in British Columbia. It was very important to me to make formally clear an insistence that none of that operating money be used for this procurement, and I have received those assurances. Second of all, and as importantly, I am taking active steps to ensure that in going forward purchases of anything that Transport Canada has control over, we are putting a priority on Canadian manufacturing jobs, on Canadian steel, and on Canadian aluminum. We are not just talking about it, we are actually working to do it, and that is really important. And I have to say, I was very encouraged by the conversation I had today with C-SPAN. They're excited to be part of this work.
Minister, any accountant will tell you that an operating budget will have payment down of debt. So BC Ferries will be using some of the federal monies that it'll have in its operating budget for servicing the debt to the Canada Infrastructure Bank. So that's superfluous to this. But you are the senior minister of you and Minister Robertson. Are you going to say in cabinet, number one, we should cancel this loan in favor of steel and aluminum and shipbuilding here in Canada, yes or no?
I have been very clear in my testimony today before the committee, in the House of Commons, and in all my opportunities to speak formally about this, that I am disappointed by this procurement. And in fact, I think there is widespread disappointment across Canada with this procurement. In the areas that I'm responsible for as Transport Minister, I am ensuring that our procurement is favoring Canadian manufacturers, favoring Canadian steel and Canadian aluminum. That's why I sent out 71 letters in June to the agencies under my authority saying this is what we are going to be doing.
Minister, you have an opportunity to say no to this loan and to say yes to those conversations and put some heft behind it. It sounds to me you're like a ship sailing at night, seeing another one sail by, except those are our jobs going to China, to a shipyard that's owned and managed by the state. Minister, why aren't you saying, no, I won't support this loan? It's contrary to what the government's intentions are and what Canadians are asking for. Why are you picking the loan over your own letter?
I've been in politics for 12 years now, and I've been compared to many different things, but I think it's the first time I've been compared to a ship. But I've been compared to worse. And let me just say, Mr. Albus, that I am disappointed by this procurement. In the areas under my control as Transport Minister, I can assure you I am doing everything in my power to ensure that the agencies that Transport Canada is responsible for put a priority on Canadian manufacturing workers, Canadian steel and aluminum. And I just want to add, it's not just about statements. We have to work together, industry, all levels of government, and unions, to be sure we have the capacity to use Canada's steel and aluminum. I am totally devoted to doing that.
Thank you very much, Minister. Next, we'll go with Ms. Wien. Ms. Wien, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hello, Minister Freeland, and hello to my colleagues. Thanks, everyone, for being here for an important conversation. I want to ask the minister, let me just start by saying that my riding is home to key transport corridors, and our community knows that Canada First Procurement is all about ensuring that federal dollars can support Canadian workers, Canadian steel, and Canadian infrastructure that benefit local communities. When you were made aware of this issue, you started to share a little bit of the details in your opening remarks about the steps. Could you explain to us, and for Canadians watching at home, some of the steps that you took to address this issue around making sure that we were showing up as Canada First?
Yeah, thank you very much, MP Nguyen, and congratulations on your pretty recent election. You and I were in your riding together this morning, and it is indeed a place where transport infrastructure is important, and this is maybe an opportunity for me to offer a quick shout out to the excellent airport you and I both used to get to Ottawa today, Island Airport, Billy Bishop Airport. An example of how important good transport infrastructure is. As we've been discussing, I am disappointed with this procurement. I think that is a view shared by all members of this committee. My view is that this needs to serve as a wake-up call, and that what we need to do is work very hard to ensure that we are buying Canadian, and where we have major procurement, that we are working hard to ensure we're using Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, Canadian lumber. Two very specific steps I've taken to make that a reality are, first of all, sending out a letter. It was actually 71 letters. We worked on them together, to all of the entities that are under control of Transport Canada, making clear to them in writing my expectation that they would put a priority on Canadian jobs and Canadian workers. And in that letter, I specifically instructed them to focus on using Canadian steel, Canadian aluminum, and Canadian lumber. And I do want to emphasize that point. These are absolutely essential sectors of the Canadian economy, and we collectively as a country need to be finding projects to use that steel, that aluminum, that lumber here in Canada. The second thing I've done, and this is really important, is I'm convening two meetings, one for the shipbuilding and ferry operating sector, federal government, provincial representatives, shipbuilders, ferry operators, the publicly owned ones and also the privately owned ones, labor, steel sector particularly. And we're going to work together and talk about what it is we need to do to ensure that going forward we are making decisions that support our shipbuilding sector, support our steel sector. We are going to be doing the same thing when it comes to rail. The major rail operators, light rail. I had a conversation today with the head, with Rob Pritchard, about ways that the high-speed rail project can be a project that fills up the order books of our steelmakers going forward, and spoke to a CEO of a steel company this morning about exactly that issue, as well as the issue of ferries. So I think that we should use this meeting of this committee to look ahead and say, this is a moment as a country when we have an opportunity to help ourselves. It's going to take a lot of hard work. I think that is work that is very important to do.
Okay, I'll keep this one brief. One of the things that we are seeing in our economy is challenges around youth unemployment and access to great jobs. Can you tell me a little bit about how taking a Buy Canada approach through this work will help us on those fronts?
Yeah, absolutely. These areas that we're talking about, whether it is shipbuilding, whether it is the rail sector, whether it is steel, whether it is aluminum, whether it is lumber, these are industries that provide great jobs for Canadians. They are, quite literally engines of our economy. It is essential that we maintain the jobs we have now and that we continue to provide opportunities for young Canadians.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Ms. Wien. Prochainement, nous avons M. Barce-Duval. À vous la parole, 6 minutes.
Next, Mr. Barce-Duval, you have 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being with us today for this very important meeting. On June 2nd, Mélanie Joly said that the Minister of Industry, said that Ottawa was committed to using Canadian steel in its national projects, infrastructure and defense projects. She did all kinds of, went all around the country doing photo ops and press conferences. But in the end, 2 weeks later, we learned that the Bank of Infrastructure of Canada was giving $1 billion to have ships built in a Chinese shipyard by Chinese workers with Chinese steel and Canadian money. Did your government betray Canadian workers? Thank you for the question. As I said at the beginning, I am entirely dismayed by this decision. My opinion is that this is a critical moment for Canada and for Quebec. This is a moment when our government needs to support the steel and aluminum sectors, the softwood lumber industry, because all of those industries are under attack. You say that you're dismayed, Minister, but it was your government's action. So are you disappointed in the actions of your own government? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'm also disappointed and dismayed, but if you're the one responsible, are you just disappointed in yourself? It's sort of a flippant answer, in my opinion. I reject the idea that my answer is flippant. As I said in my speech, this is not a decision, or rather, this is not an agency that reports to the federal government. And I know that the Bloc Québécois understands the importance of provincial jurisdiction. So I think it's important to understand what is federal jurisdiction and what is provincial jurisdiction. But there's federal money involved, so you must understand that workers feel betrayed. I understand their concerns, and I share them. That's why, as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade, I am doing everything that I can do within my jurisdiction to prioritize Canadian workers, and particularly workers in the steel, aluminum, and lumber industries. I already explained. I have another question for you. Yes. I just wanted to ask another question. In the letter that you wrote to the Minister of Transport of BC, Mike Farnworth, you said that you were concerned about security, but you also asked for confirmation that no federal money would be involved in buying that ferry in BC. But we don't know what happened to that letter. Can you tell me what did? We've had good discussions with the province of British Columbia. I am here today as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. And I have received assurances that the money from Transport Canada will be going to BC only to support travelers. That's why we send money to the province. Well, I understand that you received assurances, but your letter was talking about federal funding, not only Transport Canada. Now, if you wrote that letter, I presume that you didn't know that there would be federal funding that would go toward building ships in China. So the question I would ask is, how is it that you were not aware of this fact? And when did you learn it? I repeat, I am here today as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade, and it is as the federal minister of Transport and Internal Trade that I am doing everything I can within my jurisdiction and my power to support the steel, aluminum, and lumber sectors. I sent letters with very clear instructions to all of the agencies that I control. But don't you and the other ministers talk about these decisions and, upcoming announcements, important investments, that kind of thing? Surely there's communication and discussions in the Privy Council or in Cabinet. I find it surprising to see a situation like this, where just a few weeks after having said there won't be any federal money put in here, then, there's an announcement that there will be federal money. That doesn't seem like there's very good coordination between the departments. Do you guys not talk to each other? As I said, I have my field of jurisdiction, and it is very important for me within my jurisdiction to prioritize Canadian steel and aluminum and lumber. And I would also say it's one thing to say that we're going to prioritize those very important industries, but now is the time when we really need to do that necessary work. And that is what I am doing with the shipbuilding sector and with the rail sector. Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Berceau-Duval.
Lawrence, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Minister, for being here. I want to take a moment and just think about the folks who are struggling right now. There'll be husbands or wives that go home to their kids this evening who say, you know what, we were expecting to go to hockey this year, we can't. There'll be workers that go home and say, we can't make the mortgage payment this week because of the tariffs that are imposed. There was an opportunity for this government to give relief to some of those families in British Columbia, in Quebec, and elsewhere that could have had the opportunity to have really a generational investment that would have given jobs for years, if not decades, to families. And that didn't happen because of your government. And now you say you're dismayed, you have consternation, you have 71 letters that are out there. Will any of those letters provide any of the relief to the families I've been talking about?
Yeah, absolutely they will. And I want to thank you for the way you framed the issue, because I am so concerned about the workers in our steel sector, our aluminum sector, softwood lumber. These are very important Canadian industries. I've spent a lot of time in steel mills, in aluminum smelters, in pulp mills. When we fought the 232 tariffs in 2018, we worked really hard with steel and aluminum. So I know who you're talking about. And I do think that we as Canadians need to recognize these essential industries and the people who work there, often generations of families working there, are under attack. They need our support. That's what I'm working hard to do. These 71 letters to the agencies I control are about saying when you are looking at your procurement, you need to put a priority on Canadian manufacturing jobs, on steel, aluminum, and softwood. And I do want to point to this meeting that we're going to hold with the shipbuilders and with steel and aluminum and the ferry operators.
Thank you, Minister. So the reality is, though, the dismay, the consternation, the letters, they won't put food on the table of our aluminum and steel workers. The contract with BC Ferries could have done just that. And but I do want to get into the facts. Will you call today unequivocally for the canceling of the CIB, the Canadian Infrastructure Bank loan that underpins this this contract between BC Ferries and the Chinese shipyard? Will you call for it?
You know I have a lot of respect for you, but I disagree that instructing all of the Transport Canada agencies to procure from Canada won't help. Of course it will help. This means that going forward, they are going to be using steel, using aluminum, using lumber. And the meetings of the shipbuilders and of the rail sector are really significant because speaking, for example, this morning with John McCarthy, the CEO of C-SPAN, we had a very substantive conversation about what it will take for him and his workers to be able to build ferries for Canada, what it will take for them to use Canadian steel. I congratulated him on an MOU that he signed with Algoma in the middle of July to use Canadian steel in icebreakers. This is the kind of work we need to do.
You didn't answer my question, and I'm going to give you the opportunity again to call unequivocally for the canceling of the CIB loan.
I have been compared to a ship, so I'm going to use a transport metaphor. I'm here as Transport Minister and Minister of Internal Trade, and I'm going to stay in my lane and answer the questions about areas I have responsibility for.
One more time. You are a minister, you're a high-ranking minister. You've been in politics, as you said, for 12 years. You were deputy leader, finance minister during the time when the CIB operated, when mandates were created. Will you call today, as a member of the government, as a senior minister, for the canceling of the CIB loan?
I have long been an advocate for buying Canadian and reciprocal procurement. I pointed to a policy statement that I published as finance minister in 2023, and I published a reciprocal procurement approach in the fall economic statement of 2023, the budget of 2023, and the 2021 budget. So I've been working on this for a long time, and it's important.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Lawrence. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lauzon. Monsieur Lauzon, la parole est à
Next, we have
vous.
Mr. Lauzon. You have 7 minutes. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. Minister Freeland, you often spoke today about supporting steel, aluminum, and lumber workers, but you also said in your preliminary remarks that that should be done to the extent possible. So I have a question about that. Often when we're talking about ships and ferries, we're talking about BC or the Atlantic provinces. But in reality, Quebec also depends on a number of ferries, and that ferry service is very important and flows through Transport Canada. So can you tell us what support can your department give to ferries in Quebec? Thank you for the question. As you know, on Monday, we made an important announcement about the services that are controlled by the federal government, including ferry service to the Magdalen Islands. And starting today, the cost of that ferry will be cut in half. That's great news for people who live there, and I'm very pleased that we made that change. I share your concerns about this contract. You know, having it go to a Chinese contractor, it's very concerning. Our government is facing a lot of issues with steel, aluminum, and softwood lumber. I'm actually a solderer a welder by training. And so that industry certainly concerns me. You know, Canada has also done great work in Quebec. The shipbuilding sector is very active in Quebec. It provides work for welders, among many other specialized workers. So can you tell us a little bit more about the procurement and the work that the federal government is involved in Quebec? Thank you for the question. You know, I previously mentioned the round table that we have been organizing, and the Davie Shipyard will, of course, be included at that round table. That's very important because it's important for us to get together and coordinate our efforts to be able to make sure that ships are built here in Canada. It's also important to ensure that there is a good connection between the shipbuilding sector and the steel, aluminum, and lumber sectors. We're talking about a really big change here in supply chains within Canada. We're talking about a change in what these industries are producing, and it's our obligation to facilitate conversations between the manufacturing sector and the steel, aluminum, and lumber sectors. At the same time, we also need to make sure that Canadians' money and Quebecers' money is used in order to support our domestic industries. And that's the work that I'm doing. Thank you. You also spoke about an upcoming meeting with labor representatives, industry representatives, and unions who represent workers. What do you think will come out of those meetings? Will it be recommendations? Or will you be talking about the situations that we've been living through and how we can adapt for the future? What are you hoping will come out of those meetings? Well, I hope that we will be able to talk in a quite targeted way, and that we'll be able to talk about procurement specifically and the needs that exist in Canada. And on the shipbuilding side, we will be inviting all of the public and private agencies who use ships. And we'll be talking about what we need. What do we need to buy? Then we'll be talking with the shipbuilding industry, and we're going to ask them, what is your capacity? What are you able to build in Canada? And you'll also be talking about tariffs, I imagine? The impact of tariffs. Yes, exactly. And we will be talking with our steel, aluminum, and lumber sectors to ask them, do you have the capacity? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Mr. Lauzon. Now we'll move on to Mr. Barcelot-Duval. You have the floor for 2.5 minutes now. Thank you, Chair. Minister, I'm pleased that you're here today, but I would have liked to get some real answers because your government set very high expectations. The Minister of Industry said that your government would be giving big contracts, particularly big infrastructure projects, while prioritizing domestic steel and aluminum. You sent a letter saying you didn't want any federal money being invested in this project, but in the end, there is $1 billion that is being poured into this project. So you can understand that people are disappointed. You said yourself that you were dismayed, but the government set high expectations, created a lot of hope, and we're in a situation now where we have 50% tariffs on steel and aluminum, and people in those industries would really like to be getting more work. I think there's something like 30,000 tons, so like, you know, a week's worth of production from ArcelorMittal that's in question here. So I feel that you've kind of washed your hands of this situation. You said, oh, you know, this is something that was done previously, and you didn't even answer my question. You didn't answer the question that I asked, which was, when did you know that this money was going to be poured into this project? What was the date? I have been, and I think I am being very clear, that I am dismayed by this decision. I've been speaking with the Deputy Minister of Transport, and I asked if there was money from transport that would go toward this decision. We understood that the funding from Transport Canada was only going to go towards supporting travelers. It was very important to me to verify that that is indeed the case. Now, it's very important for me to say that, and I share your concerns. Can you at least confirm to us that on June 16th, when you wrote that letter, that money would be invested? You can't even answer that question? It's very important for me to ensure that the agencies under my control will prioritize Canadian workers within the steel, aluminum, and lumber industries when it comes to procurement contracts. On June 16th, did you know that federal money would go into this? Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Beausoleil-Duval.
The floor is once again yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
I'll be giving my time to Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Chair, appreciate that. Minister, you mentioned your conversation with the president of C-SPAN. In the Globe and Mail, he argued that it's tax policy and red tape that prevents him from being able to be competitive in this space. So if you're not willing to cancel this loan agreement, will you work instead to lower taxes and to help make C-SPAN competitive so that they can actually compete in this space?
I had a very good conversation with the CEO of C-SPAN. He's very enthusiastic about the meeting we're going to have. What he mentioned to me was that Canadian workers earn more than workers in other jurisdictions, and they do, and that is a good thing. We want him to be providing high-paying, good jobs, and he does. And I told him that I absolutely understand that, and I support that. We committed together to working hard to get Canadian ferries using Canadian steel built at Canadian shipyards, including C-SPAN. And I did congratulate him on an MOU that he signed with Algoma Steel a couple of weeks ago to get Canadian steel into the icebreakers that he is building. And that's why, we need to get beyond talking points and talk about rewiring the supply chains in our country. We have to support our steel sector, our aluminum sector, softwood lumber, and that means convening the conversations with Canadian manufacturers to ensure that our steel, aluminum, and lumber sectors are producing the products that our manufacturers need. And governments do have a role to play here, ensuring that we are placing the orders there. And, I do want to go back to Mr. Lawrence because I worry about those same workers. These conversations can be really important because if we get orders placed now, then that fills up the order books of our steel mills, of our aluminum smelters. It gives them the confidence to keep on operating.
Minister, again, you have an opportunity. You could say, no, we don't want to have an industrial carbon tax, which will put our steel workers at a disadvantage. That is something that your government has said that they want to do. Now, Minister, do you support the review of the remission framework by the Prime Minister to target cheap foreign steel that come from countries like the PRC?
I was very glad as finance minister last June for the first time to announce that Canada would be putting tariffs of 25% on Chinese steel and 100% on Chinese EVs. We announced that last June, had a consultation, and in October of last year, for the first time, those tariffs went into place. So this is an issue that I've worked on for a long time,
Eric McNeely is the
and I have a
president
lot of
of
conviction there.
the BC Ferry and Marine Workers Union, and he wants to know why your government will say that it will put tariffs of 25% on cheap steel from countries like China, yet it seems like you're going to let this one go by tariff-free. Think of all the aluminum and all the steel components that go into making these ships, Minister. So what do you have to say to Eric McNeely and the people that he represents?
The voice of labor in these issues is absolutely essential, and that's why at the shipbuilding meeting that we are convening, we will be inviting unions to participate. It is absolutely important right now, given the tariffs the Canadian steel sector is facing, for us to find uses for Canadian steel in Canada, and I am utterly committed to doing that.
Minister, those steel and aluminum tariffs were threatened by Donald Trump months ago, and yet it's only now that this committee started putting the heat on that you started this Made in Canada approach with those groups that are underneath your watch. So you won't say we want to cancel the industrial carbon tax. You won't say you're going to cut red tape and be competitive. You simply will refuse to. You're totally silent when it comes to the loan of $1 billion by the Canada Infrastructure Bank to offshore effectively Canadian jobs in steel, aluminum, and shipbuilding. And everything you're offering here, Minister, is talk. You have failed the test. It's August 1st. We have an executive order that's come in. You come to this committee and you talk. You're not willing to do the basics,
you,
which
Mr.
is
Albus.
to, no, let me just finish here.
Well, you've gone over your time
The
by 20
basics
seconds,
of standing up for Canadian workers. This was your opportunity. You and your government
Thank you
have failed.
very much, Mr. Albus. Next, we'll go to Mr. Greaves, who's joining us online. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Minister. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'd like to maybe take a step back and ask you some questions about the sector more broadly, rather than the same line of questioning as my colleague has been pursuing. We know that the government has been making historic investments in Canada's marine sector, including in shipbuilding, with a variety of projects for the Navy, for the Canadian Coast Guard, and others. We also know that no Canadian companies submitted a bid for this BC Ferries contract, largely due to the volume of work that they already have under contract in the three major shipyards across Canada. Could you speak, perhaps, Minister Freeland, to how the federal government is going to support increasing the capacity for Canadian shipbuilding in the future, and how this might have a positive impact on future procurement decisions for BC Ferries and other vessels providers across the country?
Thanks for the question. Thanks for being here. And I know that you represent constituents for whom this is a very important and live issue. So I'm really glad that you're with us. It is a great question. The National Shipbuilding Strategy, which, various governments have been working at for a long time, is really bearing fruit. And this is a really good thing. Canada has built up shipbuilding capacity. This is in our strategic interest. It is in our national economic interest. What we need to do now is work very hard to connect our shipbuilders with the sectors that are under threat: steel, aluminum, softwood lumber, and we need to connect them with procurement decisions of Canadian entities, the federal government, the provincial government, and private sector entities. We need to have that strategic plan with everyone, including labor, at the table. That's why I'm really excited about this meeting that we're organizing of the shipbuilders, all of the ferry operators, private and public, the federal government, the provinces, labor, steel, and aluminum. And we're going to sit down and we're going to look at what are the order books. What kind of ferries do we need? Who needs ferries? Who is able to build them? And are we able to use Canadian steel and aluminum in that construction? Mr. McCarthy, the CEO of C-SPAN, was very enthusiastic about that conversation. I am too. And, this is the moment when we really, in a significant way, need to rewire the Canadian economy. I have been a believer in reciprocal procurement for a long time. That's why I first published an intention to develop that policy in the 2021 budget and followed through with a policy that was published in 2023. As Transport Minister, I am totally committed to acting on it.
Great. Thank you for that response, Minister. As you just noted, BC Ferries plays a vital role for many communities in British Columbia, including in my own riding of Victoria. I dare say I'm the only member of this community who regularly travels on BC Ferries. I've ridden the ferry twice this week. And so this is something that is near and dear to our hearts and our livelihoods here on Vancouver Island and all over southern BC. My constituents face struggles regularly with aging ferries, with service delays, and with costs that are associated with that. Costs both for BC Ferries itself, but also for individual consumers who lose time with their families if they get stuck on ferries or delayed by sailings because there aren't enough vessels to meet the demand that we have here on the coast. And so I'm certainly concerned, as you are, that BC Ferries chose not to build these new vessels in Canada. But I'm also deeply aware that we desperately need new ferries in order to meet the needs of British Columbians. And I'm concerned about the prospect of delaying the replacement of the aging fleet that really we rely on here. And so, in that vein, I note that my Conservative colleagues really are playing politics here with what is critical infrastructure and critical service in British Columbia, and seem intent on stopping the delivery of new ferries to BC in order to fulfill their aim of reducing government support for major transportation projects in Canada. In that vein, could you please share with this committee how, in your capacity as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade, you and your team will support British Columbians and BC Ferries who are concerned about the aging ferry fleet and are deeply focused on the need for reinvestment in ferry service in order to meet the needs of our daily lives?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And it is really good to have someone who rides on these ferries regularly as part of the conversation. As you know, the federal government, as part of a 1977 agreement, provides operating support to help defray the cost of running those ferries. And that's something that it's good that the federal government does. I share your concern about playing politics. And I'm going to just suggest that maybe all of us call on the better angels of our nature. I think this is a moment that we have to play as Team Canada. And while obviously we disagree about a lot of things, I think there is actually a lot of agreement around this table. I think that all of us are saying we need to support steel, aluminum, and lumber. All of us are saying these are sectors that are facing an unfair, not just threat, an unfair attack. And all of us are saying we have to reorganize procurement at the federal and provincial levels to ensure that we are supporting Canadian manufacturing jobs and the steel, aluminum, and lumber sectors. So while I agree that politics is political, I hope that, that basic point is one that we can agree on and that we can work together to achieve, because our workers, our economy, our national sovereignty depend on it.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Minister. Just trying to keep us on time here. We have room for one more question from Mr. Lawrence and one more question that we will provide the opportunity for Mr. Kellaway to ask. So, Mr. Lawrence, the floor is yours for one question, please.
Thank you. In your letter earlier this year, you said that I am dismayed that the BC Ferries would select a Chinese state-owned shipyard to build new ferries in the current geopolitical context, and I ask you to verify and confirm with utmost certainty that no federal funding will be diverted to support the acquisition of these ferries. Since come to light that $1 billion of federal funds will go to support the purchase and construction of these ferries. Will you call today for the canceling of the loan to BC Ferries?
I think I've been very clear that I share the dismay that I think is shared by all members of this committee around that procurement. And in my capacity as Transport Minister, I have done everything under my authorities to ensure, first of all, that operating funding is used only for operations. And second, and I think even more importantly, to ensure that in procurement decisions taken while I am Transport Minister, we are supporting Canadian manufacturers, supporting steel, aluminum, softwood lumber, and working together to get a real strategy to do that in shipbuilding and in rail.
Thank you very much, Minister. And our final question for you today will come from Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, there's been a lot of talk today about the provincial procurement process. I really believe all of us on this committee, including elected leaders in BC, agree that every government must reevaluate its procurement policies to ensure we're supporting Canadian workers and businesses in the economy. And God knows the world has changed over the last few months. It changes on a daily basis, especially when you look at the tariffs that are coming from the Americans. And you talked about this in your opening statement, but I want you to, if you can, elaborate a little bit on it in the time that we have. So for years, you've been working to advance reciprocal procurement here in Canada. So we're not benefiting our adversaries and supporting Canadians. I wonder if you could just speak the time that we have to your work to advance reciprocal procurement and what that means for Canada.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kellaway. Thank you for joining us. And since this is the Transport Committee, I do want to thank you for your work on getting those tolls lowered. That comes into effect today, and I know it's going to be really meaningful for the people you represent. So thank you for your hard work on that. Now is a moment when we have to really, in a profound way, rewire the Canadian economy. It has to start with procurement. As I mentioned, I have been an advocate and really have been thinking about how we need to change our procurement policy, that we need to go to a reciprocal procurement policy and a Buy Canadian policy where we support Canadian workers, we support our sectors that are being hard hit, and where we cannot buy Canadian, where we seek to buy from countries with whom we have a reciprocal procurement agreement. We need to do that urgently. It is a different approach than the one that previous Canadian governments have taken. That's why I've written 71 letters in June to the agencies controlled by Transport Canada and said we have to change how we do things. And I do want to point out there has been quite rightly specific attention paid to steel, aluminum, and lumber. These industries are going to have to be brought into a conversation with manufacturers, with government procurement procurers at all levels, so that they can be producing the inputs that the manufacturers need. That's a conversation we have to have urgently. And as we do that, they can fill up their order books going forward. That is going to provide the security for the workers and the families that Mr. Lawrence quite rightly invoked.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Madame Hébert, Mr. Tangaraj, and of course you, Honourable Minister, for your testimony here today. We wish you a great rest of your day. Colleagues, I'm going to suspend for 2 minutes in order to welcome our next witness, Minister Robertson, and of course his team. The meeting is suspended. Colleagues, allow me to welcome for the next hour, appearing before us, the Honourable Gregor Robertson, Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Welcome to you, Minister. And accompanying him is from the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, Paul Halucha, Deputy Minister. Welcome to you, sir. Thank you for taking the time to appear before us today. Minister, you have 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and we're very tight for time, so I'll turn the floor right over to you. Please proceed.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair.
For your time today. I'm here to speak primarily about the Canada Infrastructure Bank, the CIB, and its role in supporting investing in Canada's infrastructure as Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Canada fait face à un défi général.
Canada is facing a generational challenge when it comes to infrastructure. Whether we're talking about housing, public transport, or trade corridors, we need to build up to a level that we have not known for decades.
To meet this historic challenge, we need to do more to leverage public and private investment and spending. We have to use the national books to mobilize private capital into public interest infrastructure that connects our communities, that protects our planet, that supports long-term economic growth. And we need to do it in a way that respects the jurisdictions, that protects taxpayers, and obviously that delivers results. The Canada Infrastructure Bank exists as a key tool in the federal toolbox to invest in the public interest, and it will continue to play a critical role in Canada's infrastructure future. The CIB's mandate is clear: help close the infrastructure gap and mobilize private investment for the public interest, accelerating the kind of large-scale, complex projects that otherwise wouldn't get built on time or at all. And to this end, CIB has now committed over $16 billion across more than 102 projects, including zero-emission transit, broadband for rural Indigenous communities, clean power transmission lines, enabling infrastructure for new housing, and this has attracted over $19 billion in private and institutional capital, meaning more infrastructure is able to get built. So most of these investments are already under construction. A number are completed and delivering in value for Canadians by driving Canada's GDP. They're creating local jobs, delivering clean Canadian electricity to residents and businesses. And because the bank operates at arm's length from government, its board is responsible for investment and operational decisions, and that independence is important as it gives the partners the confidence to bring forward projects and ensures that infrastructure investments are grounded in sound analysis and commercial rigor without political interference. This model has delivered results, but it also means that decisions on specific transactions, like the BC Ferries credit agreement, that we are discussing here today, are not made by me or by the Government of Canada. Let me speak briefly to BC Ferries. As you know, the CIB entered into a credit agreement with BC Ferries to support the modernization of its fleet and the electrification of terminal infrastructure. And to be clear, this is support that is desperately needed. As a British Columbian, I will strongly reinforce that piece. The aging ferries threaten the commutes, the accessibility to local communities. Residents and visitors should be able to count on safe, reliable, affordable passage across the region, the Salish Sea. It's a significant investment in clean transportation, aligned with both federal and provincial goals. And the choice of shipbuilder, however, was not made by the federal government or by the CIB. That decision was made by BC Ferries, who conducted their own global procurement process. To be clear, the Government of Canada had no role or say in the procurement decision. I understand from briefings with officials that the process did not yield bids from Canadian shipyards, and that while the final procurement decision was made by BC Ferries, has understandably drawn criticism, the lack of Canadian bidders in the process has also raised concerns. As someone from BC, as a minister, I am disappointed in this. I want to see more Canadian-built vessels, more Canadian jobs, more opportunities for domestic industry to participate in major infrastructure projects. Looking forward Our new government is at work to ensure that building ships like these happens in Canada, using Canadian workers and Canadian materials. That's why we're looking closely at how we better align our industrial policy, our procurement tools, and our investment incentives to support and scale up Canadian capacity in important sectors like shipbuilding. At the same time, we should not lose sight that what the CIB stands to do for our national interest and for what this project means for BC residents and communities, lower emissions, stronger public infrastructure, long-term benefits for people in BC, including hundreds of millions of dollars in Canadian-based maintenance upgrades and service support over the life of these vessels. So in closing, I want to thank the committee for their time and recognize the work on taking on this important issue and asking the tough questions. As a government, as a country, we are at a historic moment that demands both bold thinking and decisive action, and Canadians are counting on us to get homes built, first and foremost on my side, and to deliver on the infrastructure that our economy and our communities depend on, whether it's ferries on the West Coast or trade corridors that connect the country. That's the real work in front of us, and we won't get there by doing things the old way. We need new partnerships, we need new financing, and a sense of urgency. And the CIB is helping make that happen. It has a proven track record of success, mobilizing billions of dollars of investment, supporting projects that otherwise won't get built. We're going to keep pushing to get more projects off the ground, more jobs created, and importantly, more results delivered for Canadians. Merci, Mr. Chair.
Merci à vous, Monsieur le Ministre. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. We'll begin our line of questioning today, Minister, with Dr. Lewis, who is joining us online. And for that, I turn the floor over to you, Dr. Lewis. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, with the failure of this Liberal Prime Minister to get a trade deal for Canadians to avoid the unjustified U.S. tariffs, and at a time when Canadian workers and industries are facing deep uncertainty, do you support the decision of the BC Ferries to give jobs to Beijing workers, thereby preferring foreign workers over Canadian workers? Yes or no?
I'm very disappointed by the decision and the fact that that this procurement will not benefit as many Canadian workers as we all wish it should. I think that disappointment is shared widely across the country. And that said, these ferries need to get built. They need to be in service for the people of BC. As Member of Parliament Will Greaves said earlier, this is really critical investment that needs to happen as soon as possible. We can take some solace in the investment that is happening in Canadian jobs around the maintenance, around the terminals. It is a significant investment, but I think we're all disappointed that the procurement went to shipyards overseas.
Yes. So, Minister, my question was a yes or no question answer. It was essentially whether or not you support this decision. In addition, I would also like to ask the question pertaining to the fact that BC Ferry said that they actually consulted with your government before signing the contract with the Chinese state-owned shipyard, yet you deny that your government and the CIB knew of the contract. Who's telling the truth? Are you telling the truth, or is BC Ferries telling the truth?
Again, Mr. Chair, I was disappointed by this decision. This decision predates me. Serving in government was prior to this last election and certainly prior to my appointment as minister. The CIB is independent of government and makes investment decisions without political interference, as I said earlier. And secondly, there were no Canadian bids for this work. So I'm sure folks around the table, we would all like to see this work happen in Canada. There were no bids for that to happen. And BC Ferries made the decision that they made.
Minister, have you seen the terms of the loan with BC Ferries and CIB of pertaining to the shipyard in Beijing? Have you seen those terms?
Not seen the specific terms of the agreement. Again, CIB is independent. There is no political interference in the decisions made by the board of the CIB, the Canada Infrastructure Bank, around these decisions.
Our government gives the CIB $35 billion of taxpayers' money. So I'm sure that taxpayers expect some sort of oversight. And Minister, you're telling the public that as a minister responsible for the Canada Infrastructure Bank, that you have not seen the specific terms and conditions of this $1 billion loan agreement?
To the chair, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is independent of government, is arm's length from government. It was funded by the government, $35 billion, as you mentioned, and it is doing business as a bank. The only way that investors, private investment, will have confidence in that bank is if it's independent of political interference. And we certainly see a different story transpiring south of the border here, where there is a lot of political interference in the affairs surrounding the government and with arm's length agencies, and that has a destabilizing effect on the market and on private investment in particular, having the confidence in the decisions that are being made by an independent board that is not affected by political interference.
These private investors are investing in the Canadian economy, and Section 6 of the CIB mandate promotes the Canadian economy. And so, Minister, there are public funds that are being invested here, and you are telling me that that you have not asked the CIB, given what has happened, given the fact that a foreign company is getting public funds of $1 billion, that you have not asked the CEO of the CIB to disclose what other public funds may be going to foreign companies? Is that what you're telling me?
To the chair, I'm not clear. Is the question about funds to other companies or
other countries?
Other countries. Beyond the BC Ferries procurement? Is that the question?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, my question, to be clear, is have you asked, given what has happened, have you asked the Canada Infrastructure Bank CEO to disclose that what other public funds may be going to foreign companies? Since you are so disturbed by what has happened, have you ensured that this is not happening in other situations since you're so disturbed by it?
To the chair.
Yes or no?
To the chair. Almost all of the investments that have been made public by the Canada Infrastructure Bank are domestic investments in Canadian infrastructure. I have spoken a number of times with the CEO of the Infrastructure Bank, as well as the board chair. Once I learned of the financing that happened, I've had a number of conversations, and we have several steps forward to make sure that Buy Canada is a critical element of the policy that informs the CIB going forward.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. Next, we'll go to Ms. Wien. Ms. Wien, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for joining us today, and the Deputy Minister as well for a really important conversation about the investments for our future. As we're thinking about this and talking about this, this decision has been taken. I wonder if you could talk about tools or other conditional supports, such as domestic content requirements or capacity building incentives that could be built into future CIB financing agreements that would allow us to grow our Canadian industry and avoid missing opportunities like this in the future.
Thanks, through the chair, for the question. Certainly, going forward, as I believe the members heard from Minister Freeland, we are making robust efforts to ensure that Buy Canada is the clear direction for all of our investments going forward. With the Canada Infrastructure Bank, effectively there's policy direction that comes from government. They are an independent agency and managing their affairs as such. But we're in a process now of looking at maximizing Canadian materials, opportunities for Canadian workers, maximizing the benefits for Canada in all of their investments going forward as part of that policy direction that is being renewed. I know from Minister Freeland directly that she is looking at across the activities of Transport Canada. I'm certainly doing the same with Housing and Infrastructure Canada, looking at that same direction, ensuring that we're doing everything we can across all of our functions, all of our procurement, to maximize benefit for Canadian workers and Canadian materials. Obviously, lots of Canadian materials and workers involved in housing and infrastructure. We certainly want to see significant benefits for steel, aluminum, and lumber and Canadian wood, which are all key components in housing and infrastructure procurement and investments. So I think there's enormous opportunities to scale this up as a country in similar fashion to what many other countries are doing, given the current trade environment. Much has changed in these last 6 months, and we have to move urgently. We have to move definitively to make sure we're doing everything we can to benefit Canadians.
Thanks for that. Could you speak a little bit to, in terms of how your department and CIB can work together more collaboratively to make sure that the Canadian companies that are in our sectors are better positioned to compete for projects such as the things that we're hoping to build and do boldly in our country?
Yeah, well, I think, thanks through the chair for the question. Again, as Minister Freeland was mentioning, I think there are already, there's lots of engagement already from our respective ministries to Canadian companies around the opportunities with going forward with procurement, particularly that our departments have jurisdiction over. With the Canada Infrastructure Bank, they are independent of government, much like the Business Development Bank of Canada or the Export Development Bank of Canada. They have to make their decisions through their boards and CEOs. We are able to give policy direction as government, and we are laying that out very clearly that future investments, and I put this all in the same context as we look at 102 projects that CIB has funded, and the lion's share of those are investments in Canadian infrastructure that many Canadian businesses, workers, contractors have benefited from. For recent years, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars of benefit that for Canadians on the ground, whether it's Montreal and Calgary airports that are invested in, whether it's the broadband in Manitoba or Alberta, or here in Ontario. We've seen critical mineral infrastructure in Quebec and Labrador, many investments across the country, including the steel industry in Algoma Steel, the retrofit that happened there. So we've seen many direct investments by the CIB that's benefiting Canadian workers and Canadian businesses. We need to see that continue and if anything, to intensify and do everything we can so that deals benefit Canadians.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wien. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. À vous la parole.
Next, we have Mr. Barcelou-Duval. 6 minutes, please. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being with us today. I'll start with a brief question. When did you become aware of the CIB's participation in the BC Ferries project to have these ships built in China?
I became aware on June the 11th, the night of June the 11th. Was in committee of the whole meeting with my deputy, Paul Haluka, and we found out that night that there had been a deal made between the CIB and BC Ferries.
Et quand vous avez appris cette information?
And when you learned that, did you think of telling the CIB that it was a bad idea?
With the CEO of the CIB the next morning, so made a call the next morning. We finished committee of the whole at 11 p.m. I think that night. The next day was in conversation with the CEO of the Infrastructure Bank to find out what had happened, to clarify what had happened, and what recourse there may be, what opportunity there might be to reverse direction on that financing. And after that, a sequence of meetings with CEO, board chair, along those same lines to see what could be done or undone in this case to maximize the benefit for Canadian workers and shipbuilders. That's where I was informed of the fact that this deal was advanced earlier in the year and was not to be turned around at that point. The deal had been executed, and so had a sequence of meetings around that with the CIB CEO and board.
Donc, je comprends bien, vous avez appris.
So if I understand correctly, you learned about the decision of the CIB to provide $1 billion to these ferries to be built in China on the 11th. And then on the 12th, you met with the CEO of the CIB, who basically said, things have been signed, things can't be changed. And then after that, on June 16th, Minister Freeland wrote a letter in which she said that there wouldn't be any federal money invested in that project. Don't you find that a little bit hypocritical, or at least surprising? Do your two departments not speak to each other? Did you not inform her that what was stated in her letter was a mistake?
The funding from Transport Canada is operational funding to BC Ferries. It's completely separate from the investment from the infrastructure, the lending from the infrastructure bank. So she had clarified her concerns about the investment coming from Transport Canada, which is a long-standing operational transfer that happens between Transport Canada and BC Ferries, as I understand it. And whereas the Canada Infrastructure Bank financing was a completely separate and independent deal.
À quel moment, vous, avez-vous la...
When did you have a conversation with Minister Freeland to inform her that the CIP would be participating in the building of the ships?
We were out of session. That was so it would have been after her letter was out. I think we spoke after her letter. She informed me that she'd sent a letter to the BC Minister of Transportation, gave me a quick readout on that, and at that point we had an exchange about the infrastructure bank financing.
Et ça vous a pas tenté d'informer la population?
And you didn't want to inform the population that actually Minister Freeland's letter was kind of moot, given that there was already an agreement to fund the ships?
Through the chair, I'm not clear what you mean inform the public about. Minister Freeland's letter was public, I think, within days of it being transmitted. So.
Ce que je veux dire, c'est que la lettre, elle avait aucune valeur.
What I mean is that the letter was essentially moot. It was null and void. It was empty because the decision had already been made to finance those ships with federal money. So, at that point, you could have informed the public of that fact. Why didn't you?
To the chair, Minister Freeland had her letter as Minister of Transport. So she was acting on behalf of her department, clarifying and sharing her concerns and clarifying the funding that is between Transport Canada and BC Ferries. So the infrastructure bank financing was a completely separate deal. I don't know what she could have clarified about that or what my role could have been in that.
Ben, je pense que pas mal tout le monde s'attendait à ce qu'il n'y ait pas d'argent.
Well, I think everyone was expecting that there wouldn't be any federal money invested in this project. And when they saw, Minister Freeland's letter, they said, okay, the federal government is basically committing not to give any federal money to this project that, in the end ended up helping the Chinese. So essentially her letter was moot, but you didn't decide to publicly correct things by informing the public. And actually, the CIB press conference actually came out on June 26th, which is after the House stopped sitting.
Through the chair, I mean, the details of the BC Ferries CIB agreement were public on June the 13th. So those were posted prior to Minister Freeland's letter. I'm not sure what the member is driving at here in terms of the sequence there, but
Thank you very much, Minister. Merci, Monsieur Barceau-Duval. Next, we'll go with Mr. Gunn. Mr. Gunn, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, just want to confirm first the dollar amount of the taxpayer subsidy in the form of the loan to from the Canada Infrastructure Bank to BC Ferries. It's $1 billion, correct?
that's my understanding, yes.
Do we know how many jobs that $1 billion from taxpayers is going to create in China?
You would have to ask officials in China, I think, related to that company. I don't know that. I haven't seen numbers related to that procurement.
Do you think it's a good use of taxpayers' money to offshore Canadian jobs in another country, particular one that's adversarial to our own?
I certainly want to see Canadian jobs created as much as possible in all the infrastructure investments, obviously in the housing investments that we do. And I respect the independence of the infrastructure bank. It's created and to be independent of political interference.
I mean, you say the bank is independent, but it's also true, is it not, that under Section 8 of that act, you appoint the board. Under Section 9, you appoint the CEO, and under Section 17, you approve their annual budget. So don't you think there should be, if we're shelving out $1 billion in taxpayer money, there should at least be a Canadian content requirement?
To the chair, I think what the member is suggesting, I agree with in terms of my direction going forward as the new minister, and with the opportunity to give policy direction. Very clear that I cannot and will not interfere in the business of the infrastructure bank. It is an independent agency, but in policy direction, I will be giving clear direction for Canada, by Canada, and benefiting Canadian workers and Canadian materials.
I appreciate that answer, Minister. Are you then basically admitting that it was a mistake for the government not to have that policy direction in place prior to this agreement being signed in March?
To the chair, in terms of prior governments, I think they were operating in a very different context, and we've seen a lot of change in the world in the last 6 months, and certainly change in government. We are a new government, and I'm taking direction from my Prime Minister and all his efforts to work for Canadians and Canadian jobs and all of our trade affairs and in our investment going forward.
So, Minister, some things have changed, some things have not. So I'll just ask you a couple quick yes or no questions. Would you agree that the People's Republic of China is a dictatorship?
To the chair, I'm here to speak for my ministry and not to make geopolitical assertions.
It's a pretty basic question. I mean, if we're giving $1 billion of taxpayer money to a state-owned company, we should probably be on the same page of whether this country is a dictatorship or not.
To the chair, I want to clarify that the government of Canada made an investment and created an infrastructure bank that is arm's length from government to invest in infrastructure here in Canada. And we do not have direction on what those investments are specifically. We trust that to a board.
Minister, do you like President Xi's chances in the next election?
Point of order.
Thank you. Yes, one moment, everybody. Mr. Gunn, I'm going to pause your time. You have a minute left, roughly. Ms. Wien.
I'm just curious how this is relevant back to the conversation that we're having about.
We're giving $1 billion in taxpayer money to a country that is a dictatorship that is abusing human rights. I think it's relevant.
It's her point of order, Mr. Gunn. It's a valid point of order on that particular question. Let's try and make sure that we use the time that we have with the minister to ask questions relating to the BC Ferries contract. So I'll turn the floor back over to you, Mr. Gunn, and ask you to be more specific about issues relating to the BC Ferries contract.
I think this is very specific. Mr. Minister, do you believe that the People's Republic of China is currently engaged in unfair trade practices and tariffs against Canadian agricultural and seafood sectors?
Through the chair, I certainly will speak strongly in favor of Canadian agriculture, Canadian workers. Our industries should come first. This procurement happened through BC Ferries. It's not a decision that the government of Canada had anything to do with.
But you're subsidizing it with $1 billion in taxpayer money, are you not, Minister?
Through the chair, this investment from the Canada Infrastructure Bank is in BC Ferries. It is a loan to BC Ferries for a procurement that they've done. So it is not the government of Canada making these decisions. It is the Infrastructure Bank financing BC Ferries, and BC Ferries made the decision on the procurement.
But Mr. Minister, it is the government of Canada and your department that sets the policies that guides the bank that then invests or loans at below market interest rates taxpayers' money. Do you agree with the Prime Minister of this country that China is Canada's biggest national security threat?
Through the chair, I don't see where that comes into play. It's a BC Ferries procurement decision, and
well, Mr. Minister, we're giving them $1 billion in taxpayer money to subsidize a dual-use civilian military industry.
Prochainement, nous avons M. Lauzon. M. Lauzon, la parole est à vous. Vous avez
Next,
5
we have
minutes.
Mr. Lauzon. You have 5 minutes, please. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being there today. It's a real honor to have you at the committee. I'd like to talk a little bit about the infrastructure deficit that BC Ferries currently has and the urgency to act. You talked about the fact that it's BC Ferries' responsibility to sign these contracts with the help of the BIC. Can you talk a little bit about the infrastructure deficit that BC Ferries is facing and why it might make sense to ensure that BC has proper ferry service?
pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
As someone who uses BC Ferry services on a very regular basis for all of my life, it's critical that BC Ferries upgrades their fleet, particularly the big ships that go back and forth to Vancouver Island between Horseshoe Bay and Nanaimo, and between Tawasin and Duke Point and Saanich Peninsula. These are critical links on the West Coast. Vancouver Island's population has grown dramatically in my lifetime, and these ships have been operating this entire time. There are certainly very significant disruptions to service that affect people in BC and tourists coming through BC, getting stuck at BC Ferries terminals because the old ships are having challenges. So there is a significant deficit, I would say, in terms of BC Ferry assets that they are trying and working urgently to resolve. So the disruption in service does not impact so many Canadians on the West Coast. I think the new ferries will be warmly welcomed. And many of us, I think probably all of us in BC, are disappointed that we aren't manufacturing, we aren't shipbuilding and building those ferries in BC for BC, or at least in Canada for BC. But first and foremost, we have to have safe and secure and reliable transportation. It's a massive transportation link on the West Coast. I think it's the busiest ferry operation on the planet right now in terms of volume for comparable routes. And this investment is very critical for Canadian transportation infrastructure writ large. Certainly, the needs are very high right now, and the new ferries can't come soon enough.
Vous nous parlez un peu des conséquences des bris.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the consequences of these disruptions to service that we've seen? So not just for the passengers, but for the companies as well. There's also, people transporting cargo. There are industries depending on that. There are business people in Nanaimo, Vancouver, everywhere who depend on these companies. So can you tell us a little bit more about the impacts that these disruptions to service, ferry service, can have?
Merci pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
Le Président. So you're very right to point out the importance of the trade links and the trucking that takes place on these ships, on these ferries. The whole lower deck of these ferries, well, the center of the lower deck is full of trucks all the time. So the disruptions to the ferry service impact business, impact trade, cost us jobs effectively when things go wrong, which is increasingly frequent with these aging ships. So yeah, there is a significant cost to the Canadian economy to not have reliable ferries on the West Coast serving Vancouver Island. And I would say the people are an important part of this. Vancouver Island is an enormous tourist destination. Many tourists go back and forth on the ferries. It's considered a real highlight to go back and forth on the ferries. You know, a very good value cruise ship type experience, basically, without having to go on a cruise to Alaska. You can take the ferries over to Vancouver Island. So they're very busy, and it's incredibly disruptive when people end up spending hours or half their day waiting for broken ferries to operate. And once there's a service disruption, the rest of that day and sometimes the next day will be disrupted as well, both for the trade side and for the tourism side. It's a big hit for the Canadian economy.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lauzon. Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you
Ministre.
very much, Mr. Lauzon and Minister. Next, we have Mr. Barcelot-Duval. You have 2.5 minutes, please. Thank you, Chair. On June 2nd, 2 weeks before the CIB's announcement that it would be building these ships in China, Mélanie Joly said that Ottawa would be committing to use Canadian steel and aluminum in its national and defense infrastructure projects. That was all over the media. She did a big media tour to talk about how we had to be to stand in solidarity with these industries. 2 weeks later, we learned that the Infrastructure Bank was actually going to be funding these ships to be built in China with Chinese steel. Now, while Minister Joly was doing her tour, did you consider telling her internally that, you know, what she was saying, you know, might be in contradiction with what's happening here? Were there any communications internally to ensure that, you know, Canadian steel should be used in these projects?
Chair, merci pour la question. So the decision that was made to finance BC Ferries, my understanding was made in March, earlier this year, prior to the election and the new government being elected. So the financing was done. The CIB agreed to the terms of that with BC Ferries. So there is no opportunity in June or July to turn back the clock.
Mais vous, avez-vous émis des directives?
But did you give any instructions saying that, you know, within the department we want to make sure that we're prioritizing domestic products? Was that done? And if so, when?
So I think across government, certainly within cabinet at this point, everything going forward is focused on Canadian steel, aluminum, Canadian lumber, Canadian workers. That's our mission from this point forward. We can't go retroactively to financings that were agreed to back
C'est
in
pas
March.
ça ma question. La question que je vous pose, c'est
That's not
avez-vous
my question. The question I'm saying is, did you give out any internal instructions? You know, often the ministers like to say, oh, we're going to stand with this sector or that sector, sure. But concretely, did you give out any instructions about, you know, what rules needed to be followed within your department?
So at this stage, through the chair, I don't give instructions to other ministers to how they conduct their affairs.
Non, mais vous, dans votre ministère, la BIC, par exemple.
Merci à vous, Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Thank you, Mr. Barcelot-Duval.
The floor is yours once again. You have 5 minutes, please. Apologies, Dr. Lewis, you're still on mute. Just want to make sure we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. In the last round of questions, Minister, you stated that almost all of the contracts are domestic. What does almost all mean? Are there other public taxpayer-funded contracts going to enrich foreign countries that are funded by the Canada Infrastructure Funds that you, as the minister, are in charge of?
At this point, I'm not aware of other projects that are anything like this in terms of financing that might be going offshore. I am aware and have gone through history of projects, whether it's the retrofit of Algoma Steel, whether it's the broadband investments in a number of provinces, the airports in Montreal and Calgary. These are all very significant infrastructure investments by the Infrastructure Bank that ultimately are funded through that initial $35 billion. And going forward, my direction through the policy direction that is in my purview will be to be very focused on Canadian materials, Canadian jobs, benefits to the Canadian economy in the CIB investments going forward.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I'm going to ask you a specific infrastructure question. Of the $1 billion loan, there's $310 million that's allocated for electrification infrastructure. Do you know which companies will be building that infrastructure for the Chinese-made vessels, and have those contracts been disclosed?
I do not know the answer for those contracts. Those are BC Ferries procurements again. I'm not aware of those decisions being made at this stage in the procurement that they're doing. Okay. Minister, given what has happened and the fact that you said that you're very disturbed by what has happened, and we know that $1 billion is going to a foreign company, and we now know that $310 million is allocated for infrastructure, you made no inquiries to see which companies are going to be getting those infrastructure contracts? Is that what you're telling me? Through the chair, so that is the electrification infrastructure to charge the ferries in the future that will be installed in Vancouver, in West Van, Tsawwassen, in Nanaimo and Saanich to charge the ferries. Right. Certainly, those are decisions that will be made by BC Ferries, procured by BC Ferries. And I think given the concern that's been shared widely by many of us across Canada, my follow-up is to keep the pressure on that those are Canadian jobs, that's Canadian infrastructure in those future procurements. I'm not aware of those procurements already being made. So you do not know if foreign companies will be receiving those infrastructure contracts associated with the $310 million, because you're not aware of whether or not those procurements have been made. That's what you're telling me. Those are procurement decisions that BC Ferries is making. Right. And it is a part of the $1 billion that you said you're concerned about. So you have not even looked into how that money is being spent to see whether or not the infrastructure component is also going to be outsourced. And it likely will be, because it has to be compatible with the ships that are built in China. And you have not made that inquiry. Why? This procurement is the responsibility of BC Ferries. BC Ferries is purchasing ferries and the electrical infrastructure to charge those ferries at the 4 points where they go back and forth between. So they are making their procurement decisions. I think it behooves all of us to make it clear to our counterparts that we want to see Canadian procurement, we want to see Canadian jobs and Canadian materials. Ultimately, it's a BC Ferries decision going forward. They are the ones procuring the ferries and the infrastructure that goes with them.
Thank you very much, Minister.
But just hopeful that it will change.
Dr. Lewis.
Just hopeful that it will change.
Next, we will go to Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Minister Robertson. Thank you for joining us. Great to see you again. It's unfortunate that we're hearing a little bit of confusion, I think, from our colleagues opposite, confusion about the nature of an arm's length agency and its relationship to the federal government, confusion about who makes decisions and the kind of arm's length relationship that informs that decision making. And I think confusion about the critical role that BC Ferries plays out here in British Columbia, supporting people every single day, supporting our coastal economy. And I know that you are well aware of these things. In addition to your responsibilities as Minister for Housing and Infrastructure, you're also the minister responsible for the Federal Regional Development Agency for British Columbia, Pacifican. In that context, I wondered if you could speak, Minister, to some of the ways that the federal government is supporting investments in BC along the coast that are going to help us not only meet critical infrastructure needs such as BC ferries, but also contribute to the greening of our economy, to the reduction of air pollution, to moving towards the more sustainable economic future the British Columbians want and that the federal government is committed to supporting.
Through the chair, thanks to the member for your question, and certainly both through Housing and Infrastructure Canada, there are and through Pacifican, the economic development agency for the federal government in BC. We're making very significant investments in housing, infrastructure, and all facets of the economy in BC through Pacifican. We will definitely be laser focused on ensuring that every procurement decision that we make going forward puts Canadians first. And we're going to see this across government now, given the times, given the challenges we face in the Canadian economy, and the importance to really focus on investing in Canada and making sure we maximize and optimize the benefits for Canadians. On the West Coast, well, certainly with Canada Public Transit Fund investments, recent investments in TransLink for clean transportation in the region are going to be very important. For TransLink modernizing its fleet of vehicles and infrastructure for cleaner transportation and for better service and affordability benefits. So as an example, through Housing and Infrastructure and Communities Canada, but certainly across Pacifican, the focus is more on small and medium-sized enterprises. So a lot of the businesses that are scaling up to offer products and services that are Canadian, that are Canadian technologies, creating Canadian jobs, using Canadian materials. On the housing front, obviously close to our hearts in BC is BC Wood, and the importance of making sure we're doing everything we can to get Canadian wood into Canadian housing and buildings. And that's going to be a big focus for us in the department, to make sure we're doing everything we can to get those Canadian materials in the supply chains for all the housing and infrastructure investments that we're making going forward. We have a urgent effort now to move that forward, and that was good to hear from Minister Freeland's side on the Transport Canada, that she's working as well with industry, with steel and aluminum on both the shipping and shipbuilding side and on the rail side that are directly connected to her work in the department. So we're doing a similar exercise in Housing and Infrastructure Canada, and within Pacifican, more focused at the BC level and small and medium-sized business level.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And then a last question for me, just very briefly, but in your capacity as Minister for Pacifican, is it your view that supporting BC ferries in replacing and upgrading the ferry fleet in BC is a necessary measure to also support a healthy BC economy and sustainable growth out here in British Columbia?
Absolutely. I mean, BC ferries are essential to the BC economy, which is a critical piece of the Canadian economy. We have to be investing in ensuring that our transportation infrastructure is robust and efficient. This is a really important investment and long overdue, frankly, from BC ferries. I think we all regret that it's a procurement that benefits a Chinese shipyard. In these times, we would like to see that business, but there was no Canadian ship builder that bid on this. So I think we got to do everything we can going forward to build up our shipbuilding industry in BC and across Canada.
Thank you, Minister. We'll have a last lightning round for which I will turn the floor over to Dr. Lewis for 3 minutes, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Kellaway for 3 minutes. So the floor is yours, Dr. Lewis, for a last round of 3 minutes, please. Apologies, Dr. Lewis. Once again, you're on mute. I just want to make sure we can hear your questioning.
Yes, Minister, you stated that the CIB signed the deal on March 28th. You became the minister May 13th. Are you telling us that you found out on June 11th about the deal, which is an entire month after, and that you seriously went an entire month without finding out from the bank that reports to you about this deal?
To the chair, yes, I'll clarify that I was told the news about the CIB loan to BC Ferries on June the 11th. The night of June the 11th is when I found out.
Chair, I'd like to use the rest of my time to bring forth a motion. The motion is as follows. Given that the Canada Infrastructure Bank failed to fulfill its mandate in Section 6 of the Canada Infrastructure Bank Act that states that the purpose of the bank is to invest and to seek to attract investment from private sector investors and institutional investors in infrastructure projects in Canada or partly in Canada that will generate revenue and that will be in the public interest by, for example, supporting conditions that foster economic growth or by contributing to the sustainability of the infrastructure in Canada. By awarding a $1 billion loan to BC Ferries for the purchase of 4 ferries from a Chinese state-owned shipyard, that the decision undermines the Canadian shipbuilders, steel and aluminum workers already under attack by unjustified U.S. tariffs. The committee reaffirmed its position and report to the House that the Government of Canada abolish the Canada Infrastructure Bank.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. So we have a motion on the floor, colleagues.
Is it a motion or is it a notice of motion? I thought I heard.
Was it a notice of motion?
Yes.
Can you clarify, Dr. Lewis? It was a notice of motion. Okay.
Yes, Chair. It
Thank
is
you
a
very
notice of the motion based on the facts and the testimony before this committee.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lewis. So we will now go to our last line of questioning from Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the Minister for being here today. In particular, I'd like to thank you for talking about how the bank functions and how it's independent from government. So I'm wondering, in that vein, Minister, would the bank ever tell you, the Minister, about procurement details? Would they ring you up and have a conversation with you, given the fact it's independent from government and you've clearly articulated how the bank functions?
Through the chair, the simple answer is no. I, as the minister, I'm not involved in the day-to-day operations or decisions made by the infrastructure bank. It is an independent agency, arm's length from government. I have regular updates from the CEO and contact with the chair and board, and that are standard for the relationship between a minister and an independent agency. I have responsibility for. My input is through policy direction, which is what's underway right now, going forward, and that's where I have the opportunity on behalf of Parliament, on behalf of Canadian people, to input. I think a shared sense that we really need to focus on Canadian jobs and Canadian materials with these infrastructure investments. But we need to make sure, as you opened your question with, the bank operates independently and has the confidence in the market and from private investors. That's how the bank can leverage billions of dollars of investment into our public infrastructure from the private sector.
Thanks, Minister. I think we could start with the baseline that we're all disappointed with the decision, but also that it's independent from government, that you are not. Now, listening to a lot of the questions today, I would feel that you would be in the boardroom with the Canada Infrastructure Bank having tea and discussing daily operations. You're clearly articulating that's the case. So to kind of further go a little deeper to this, and this will be my last question, and it's an addendum to the procurement details in terms of, you're not, involved in the procurement details. You do receive updates and things of that nature. Is it even allowed under legislation that, that you could direct the Canada Infrastructure Bank to fund X, Y, and Z?
Through the chair, absolutely not. There is no directing that is possible through my role as minister. The bank is independent, and the decisions on investing are made by the board and CEO. That's where those decisions get made. And I just want to reinforce that the procurement decision was made by BC Ferries. It was not made by the Infrastructure Bank. The Infrastructure Bank agreed to financing the replacement of ferries. BC Ferries had their own procurement process. So just be clear that the Infrastructure Bank did not have anything to do with choosing the winning proponent. They put the financing forward to serve Canadians with a better ferry service on the West Coast. That's where their decision making took place. BC Ferries went about their procurement independently.
Thanks, Minister. That's all I have. Appreciate the facts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Thank you, Deputy Minister Halucha, and thank you, Minister Robertson, for your testimony today. We appreciate your time. Colleagues, I'm going to once again suspend for 2 minutes to welcome the next round of witnesses. The meeting is suspended. Back to order. Colleagues, it is my pleasure to welcome the next witness appearing before us today. We have from British Columbia Ferry Services, Mr. Nicolas Jimenez, President and Chief Executive Officer of BC Ferries. Thank you for being here today. We appreciate your time, sir. We are very tight on time and everybody has lots of questions. So what we'll do is we'll turn the floor right over to you for your 5-minute opening remarks, at which point I will turn the floor over to colleagues to ask their questions. So Mr. Jimenez, the floor is yours. 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, it's nice to meet you and nice to be here. I am pleased to be able to speak about how BC Ferries is delivering safe, reliable, affordable service to British Columbians and our customers. For the last 60 years, BC Ferries has been an essential public service for British Columbians. Last year alone, we transported almost 23 million customers, our third record-setting year in a row. We're a private company that operates provincially under independent regulatory oversight with a legislated mandate to serve the public interest. We're a foundational part of the provincial and national supply chain, a critical part of the tourism industry in our province, and BC's marine highway, moving about $8 billion in goods annually. Our customers and communities need safe, reliable, and affordable service, and my role as CEO is to deliver on that promise. Today, our system is at capacity. Last summer, our major route sailings ran at an average of 92% capacity, and we left 250,000 people behind because we were full. Only one of our 25 routes can actually cover its own costs. Travel demand is projected to rise by about 15%, outpacing our capacity even with 4 new vessels. And much of our capital infrastructure, well, it's old. Many of our ferries are well past their vessel design lifespan, and more than half of our terminals need significant investment to keep operating safely. In 2024, the propeller fell off our 61-year-old Queen of New Westminster, resulting in almost 200 days of repairs, countless travel disruptions, and cost BC Ferries about $15 million. We expect our operating losses are going to continue to grow with inflation, and simply to maintain today's level of service, we also expect that British Columbians could see their fares increase dramatically. We don't have the luxury, the flexibility, or even the mandate to overspend. To replace our 4 oldest ships, we conducted an open and competitive procurement process independent of political interference and aligned with international best practice. In fact, we adjusted the qualifications specifically to enable Canadian shipyards to qualify. Despite 2 Canadian shipyards then being pre-qualified, neither chose to formally submit a proposal. Of the 6 compliant bids that we did receive, all were from foreign countries. We chose the proposal that offered the best combination of value, quality, delivery timelines, and protections for our customers. Throughout the build, we will have a team of Canadian experts on site in China to ensure high standards of quality and security. I will say that Canadian companies have made the same decision, building almost 100 ships in China over the last decade, including the newest vessel from Marine Atlantic, a Federal Crown corporation, which came from the same shipyard where we will build our vessels. So, to summarize, there were no Canadian bids. This was a choice between a foreign bid or no new ferries. Going with another foreign proposal would have cost up to an extra $1.2 billion, resulting in significant and unnecessary increases to passenger fares. And even if there had been a Canadian bid, it too would have cost more, and those ships would have taken up to a decade longer to build, during which time our customers would pay the high price with increasing breakdowns of our older vessels. And then finally, financing this project privately would have cost up to $650 million more in interest charges, yet another unaffordable fare increase that our customers would have to bear. None of these would be acceptable outcomes for our company or for our customers, more importantly. So whether you live on Vancouver Island in Powell River, Nanaimo, or Langford, or in the Lower Mainland, Maple Ridge, Abbotsford, Langley, or frankly anywhere else in British Columbia where taxpayers help support our marine highway, the cost of living is a major consideration, and our mandate is to provide a service that is as affordable and reliable as possible. Regarding the Canada Infrastructure Bank, this current loan includes up to $690 million for vessels and another $310 million for electrification of our terminals to deliver cleaner, more climate-friendly travel in the future. And to be clear, this is a loan that's received by BC Ferries, not China, and will be repaid with interest by BC Ferries. British Columbians desperately need safe, affordable, reliable new ships to keep them and our economy moving. Our decisions have saved our customers and British Columbians unaffordable, unnecessary fare increases, and I'm proud that we're able to deliver for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening remarks, Mr. Jimenez. We'll start our line of questioning today with Mr. Gunn. Mr. Gunn, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jimenez, thank you for taking the time to join us here today. My first question for you is which government departments and or ministers were notified of the final or likely decision to purchase the ferries from a state-owned shipyard in the People's Republic of China, and when were they notified?
We had conversations with the Federal Department of Transportation at the officials level in mid to late April to advise them of the fact that the procurement was coming to a close. We were indicating essentially where it was going to land in terms of the yard and the country of origin.
Did the government, any of these departments, express any economic or national security concerns regarding that specific contract before the public announcement on June 10th?
Well, no, what I can say is actually when we made the initial contact with the department, we were seeking counsel on how to sort of open and continue a dialogue with others in the federal government, specifically around national security. So it was through that conversation that we then made other contacts within the federal government, Public Safety Canada and others, to begin a process where we would, again, have an ongoing dialogue throughout the build of the program.
On June 20th, it was reported that the Minister of Transport, she wrote a letter expressing her great consternation, disappointment with BC Ferry's decision to contract the Chinese state-owned shipyard, and that she was surprised that BC Ferries did not appear to have been mandated to require an appropriate level of Canadian content in the procurement. Does that make sense that the Minister of Transport or their ministry should have been surprised by that on June 20th? Or should they have already known for months?
Again, I think you'd have to ask that question of the minister and her staff.
You just mentioned, you stole one of my questions I was going to ask. You said there were 6 other bids, correct?
Compliant bids, that's right.
Compliant bids. Were any of those other bids from NATO or other allied countries?
They were.
They were. Was it your understanding that, or was it expressed to you that the subsidy, the loan that you received from the Canada Infrastructure Bank was going to be the same regardless of where the ferries were purchased from?
Make sure I understand your question.
Like you would have received the $1 billion loan / subsidy regardless of whether you went with the state-owned shipyard in China or a shipyard in Germany or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you think, in addition to obviously being the CEO of BC Ferries, you're also a taxpayer. Do you think it makes sense for taxpayer money, including from those that are struggling right now working in the steel and aluminum industries from unjust American tariffs to go toward subsidizing the purchase of ships from a state-owned shipyard in an adversarial nation that creates jobs in their country instead of our own?
Well, what I can tell you is my job is to make sure that we have a ferry system that works for British Columbians. We move almost 23 million people a year, $8 billion worth of goods into BC's economy. We are, in many cases, the fulfillment of supply chains, and it's our job to provide a reliable, safe, and affordable system. And so the process that we went through and the decisions that we made were with that singular focus on getting the best deal for British Columbians possible.
Are you aware or able to estimate how many jobs that this contract will create in Communist China?
I can tell you how many jobs and the economic impact we're going to have here in British Columbia because this investment isn't just about ships.
Do you know how many shipbuilding jobs are being created in China as a result of this contract?
I think you'd have to direct that to the shipyard themselves.
Not sure. Okay. What message do you think it sends to Canadian workers and manufacturers with $1 billion? I mean, I've got a lot of small businesses in my riding that would love a below-market interest rate loan to allow them to hire Canadians and create economic wealth here in Canada. You're also a taxpayer, as I mentioned. Do you think it's an appropriate use of taxpayer money to send it to a foreign country?
Again, I would say my job is to make sure that I'm standing up a reliable, safe, and affordable ferry system in British Columbia. We have vessels, Chair, that are well past their design life. The process that we went through was open and competitive. Regrettably, no Canadian shipyards were submitting a bid. And what we did was essentially follow that process to get the best value in order to get ships into our system as quickly as possible.
Would the ferries have been more affordable to procure had they not been hybrid electric and were simply powered by diesel or LNG?
Well, it's a hypothetical because we put out the bid that we did, but I would say the proposals that we received reflected where the market is at internationally.
I mean, you're head of a giant ferry corporation. Do you would it have been cheaper if there was diesel or LNG ships, and you weren't going full electric?
Chair, I mean, I appreciate the question. I would say that what we saw in the market was what we expected. So I think whether it was LNG or battery electric, the value of these ships is what we saw in the proposals, and that's the evaluations that we went through and made, and the decision led us to the yard that we selected. So no, I think we saw what we saw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunn, and thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Next, we'll go online to Mr. Greaves. Mr. Greaves, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you so much for joining us today. As the only regular member of this committee who resides in coastal BC, my constituents and I know full well that ferries are a crucial part of our transportation infrastructure. They're absolutely critical to life on the coast, and it's we who feel the effects of delayed and reduced service on our families, businesses, and across the community as a whole. Can you please speak to what the service conditions are, or what the levels of service that BC Ferries is currently providing that motivated the procurement of these new vessels?
Thank the member for the question. I would say there's 2 or 3 issues here at play. One is the age of the ships. The ships are between the class of ships that we're going to replace are between the ages of 48 and 61, well past their design lifespan. These ships aren't just old, they're end of life. The other challenge we have, Chair, is the fact that the system, our ferry system, has reached capacity. And I mentioned in my opening remarks that on our major routes, these are the larger routes servicing the Lower Mainland and southern Vancouver Island, in our peak season, including this weekend, which will be our busiest, run at around 92% capacity. We leave hundreds of thousands of people. Last year alone, 250,000 people were left behind simply because the system had reached capacity, and we literally could not take enough people who wanted to travel back and forth. So the system is stressed, the vessels are old, and we have to move forward with renewal. And I will say it's not just our vessels, it's our terminals as well. We're spending significant amounts to invest in and renew our terminals to make sure that we can move safely, affordably, and reliably.
Thank you for that. The opposition members have called for the cancellation of this contract, both interfering in BC Ferries' procurement decision, but also calling for the cancellation of the loan from the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Can you please speak to what effect the cancellation of either the procurement or the loan would be on BC Ferry service levels and the critical infrastructure that you provide to British Columbians?
Chair, again, I would go back to the comments I just made in terms of the stresses on our system right now. You're running with old ships that are past their design life, puts us at serious risk. We saw this last summer when our 61-year-old Queen of New Westminster, one of the oldest ships in our fleet, the propeller sheared off, metal fatigue and other reasons for that. That ship was out 200 days. That is a huge hit in a system. We don't have reserve vessels, so we don't have extra ships waiting to be deployed when there's a problem inside the system. So every time a ship goes down, the system suffers, and this is particularly acute. Obviously, on our busiest routes, our major routes consume about 80% of the entire movement in the system. That has a huge impact on communities, and it's not just people traveling for vacations. In fact, the vast majority of people move in our system for other reasons, for employment, to fulfill supply chains, to take care of families, to attend medical appointments. So it's pretty profound when people can't move the way they need to in our coastal regions.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Just in the interest of clearing up some of the uncertainty that has been introduced into the meeting today, could you please respond to whether or not the federal government oversees the operations of BC Ferries or has any direct role in decision making at BC Ferries?
Say is that the Federal Department of Transport is a regulator. So in that sense, Chair, that there is a regulatory relationship between my company, all ferry companies, and the department, but there's no active operational relationship. We don't report to or regularly have conversations with, senior federal officials. Our on-the-ground teams do interact with local Department of Transportation teams when there's regulatory matters that have to be enforced and dealt with.
Thank you. And as my final question, can you also perhaps speak to what the benefits of the procurement of these new vessels will lead to on the BC coast in terms of opportunities for Canadian workers to engage in maintenance and other activities in relation to the newly procured vessels?
I guess there's two ways to answer that, Chair. We spend about $130 million a year on maintenance, refits, upgrades of our vessels, and that's all in British Columbia with local BC shipyards. Over the course of their life, these ships alone will see about $1 billion worth of investment in terms of, again, that maintenance, refit, upgrade component. In addition, we would expect to see sort of other effects into the economy. I think we had an independent study that suggested there's going to be something like $4 billion worth of economic impact as a result of these ships. These ships are bigger. They're going to be more reliable. They can travel in more adverse weather. They're going to be able to move more vehicles, more people, more cargo. And so there's a significant contribution to, again, local economies, tourism, and other aspects of kind of the social and economic fabric of coastal British Columbia.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Jimenez, and thank you, Mr. Greaves. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Next, we have Mr. Barcelou Duval. 6 minutes, please. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Jimenez, for being with us today. If you don't understand anything I'm saying, please feel free to listen to the interpretation. First question for you. This was in the media, but you repeated it today. It was saying that no Canadian company bid on this contract for the ferries that you needed. As far as you know, what would explain the fact that no Canadian company decided to bid?
The question. The best answer we have for that is simply that the yards that did express an interest initially ultimately determined that they weren't able to participate because of commitments they have to the federal national shipbuilding strategy. So the yards are at full capacity currently, and we didn't have the luxury to wait for those yards in their order books to sort of become open and available because the ships essentially need to be replaced now. So we would have had to wait up to a decade in order to consider, evaluating those yards. But again, they didn't bid. They were full up with national shipbuilding commitments, and we went with what we had.
Vous avez mentionné que, je ne sais pas si c'est vous, mais je pense que oui.
I think it was you who said that you did encourage Canadian companies to bid. You tried to pre-qualify them. So were there any Quebec companies that were solicited in this way?
Yes, I can, Chair, confirm that one of the shipyards in Quebec, Davie, did express an initial interest in participating, but again, ultimately declined to participate in the procurement.
Et je ne suis pas spécialiste de la manière.
No, I'm not a specialist in how this works, but if you have an open contract that you're waiting for bids on, generally, how does it work? Would you approach the shipyards because people don't know that work would need to be done? Because there's a group in Quebec, OSEA, that does build ships. Was that group approached?
Chair, what I can say to the member is that essentially we in the course of the procurement, we have a number of phases, and one of the phases is to solicit expressions of interest. So we do that globally, and we encourage yards all over the world to express an interest in whether they'd like to be active and engaged in the procurement. We then go through a qualifying process where we set out sort of minimum conditions, and it's at that point then we move into the actual formal receipt of bids. So in the context of engaging yards, I would say we engaged yards not just here in Canada, but around the world.
Ça ne répond pas tout à fait à ma question, mais
I don't know if that entirely answers my question, but I'm going to move on anyway. I'm not sure if you had that exact answer regardless. Now, given the experience that you've just been through, where it seems like there were no Canadian companies who were able to bid, I myself have actually contacted some of those companies, and they told me that, yes, they were very busy with other federal contracts, but some also told me that there was a competitiveness problem because actually Chinese prices are so much lower than everywhere else that they actually eat up a lot of the market. In fact, they have something like 65% of market share for shipbuilding, and that given the prices that China offers, basically Canadian companies can't compete. Does it concern you to see that there is this foreign power, which is not a direct ally of Canada, which is taking up so much of this market share?
Well, Chair, what I would say is that, I think there's a lot of strength inside the Canadian shipbuilding market. We do, I was saying earlier in my comments, more than $100 million a year of work with yards in British Columbia specifically to maintain and repair and upgrade our vessels. So I think there's strength. What's also true is, again, those yards being fully committed to federal contracts, they don't have scale in that same way to be able to commit to that program and do other work that comes through. One of the challenges we see is that not a lot of ships outside of Navy and Coast Guard vessels are being built in Canada. In fact, I don't think there has been a ship over 3,000 gross tons built in the last 10 years in Canada.
J'aurais une autre question pour vous parce que vous avez mentionné.
Actually, I have another question for you. You said earlier that, when you made the decision to give the contract to the Chinese, you were in contact with some federal government officials. So I imagine there's the Infrastructure Bank, which provides a loan. You would also have advised them. Did the Infrastructure Bank offer you the loan before or after you chose the Chinese supplier? And when the bank was informed of your choice to choose China, did the Infrastructure Bank ask you any questions about that, or did that seem entirely natural to them?
Chair, I can respond to the question by saying that throughout the process of working with the bank on the loan, and certainly towards the latter part of our procurement, it was clear that we were looking at a short list that involved Chinese shipyards. And so I would say that the bank was aware, not necessarily of the yard itself, but certainly where the ultimate decision would lie as we got closer to the decision point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jimenez. Next, we'll go to Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Himmerth. On July 7th, Minister Robertson was on CK&W on Jess Johал's show, and he said that the bank had no idea that these ships that they were going to finance were going to be made in China. Yet, Richard Zussman reported on Global News that BC Ferries had said that they had known the whole time. Who's right here?
Chair, again, I would go back to comments I literally just made, which was to say that we have had conversations with the CIB in the development of this loan.
Were they aware that it was to buy ships in China? Yes or no, please?
Chair, in I would say the March timeframe, we advised the bank that the short list, because that's only when it was known, was going to be focused entirely on shipyards in China.
Okay, so they were aware. Thank you very much, sir. Second, I've had a former trade commissioner contact me. I've had a CEO who's had extensive marine experience. You would know his name. First thing they said to me, Mr. Albus, why did BC Ferries go to the CIB when China subsidized their steel and they also subsidized their shipbuilding? Why not go to an export development agency and get them to front the money? Why should it be the taxpayer? Why not the Chinese taxpayer?
Chair, I would go back again to comments I made earlier. The relationship we have with the CIB actually predates this particular program. They're participating on another program that's currently in flight to build a smaller class of vessel, providing significant value to us. And it's not just the ships.
So it's because you had a
program.
pre-existing relationship. You didn't even did you reach out to any credit development agencies, sir?
Chair, I can again talk about the relationship we have with the CIB and the value that that loan brings to our, not just our business, but certainly our customers. It's a game-changing.
Did you, sir, seek out other forms of funding besides the CIB? It's a yes or no.
We were in a relationship with the CIB.
Okay,
and
so I'm taking that as a yes and moving on because clearly you don't want to talk about that. I've heard you say in referencing that you want to leave the geopolitics to politicians largely. So the question I ask, supply chains. How do we know in 5 years that China is going to be a reliable partner and we're not going to see tariffs put on like they've put on many Canadian goods? How do you know that they're going to be friendly enough that you're not going to see huge escalation in costs of parts?
Chair, I thank the member for the question. The contracts that we have provide explicit guarantees in terms of pricing and other elements of risk so that we are protected through the life of the program.
So a state-owned enterprise, who are they going to listen to? BC Ferries contract or their masters at the PRC? What if China invades Taiwan and Canada opposes that and joins with our allies against that? And these ships are being made, and it's not just the ships that they have. They also have a billion taxpayer dollars. Have you thought any of this through?
Chair, I'm going to correct the member because the money, it's a loan to BC Ferries, and it's a loan that BC Ferries will pay back with interest to the CIB. The relationship that we have with the yard is structured under a contract that gives us significant guarantees throughout the life of the program, and we feel very confident that
I think it's laughable, sir.
All the risk.
I think it's laughable, sir, for you to think that the shipyard is going to honor a contract if their masters in the PRC decide otherwise. I'll move on. Last thing, do you want BC Ferries to be known as a good corporate citizen?
Again, Chair, what BC Ferries needs to be is a reliable ferry operator, and this decision allows us to do just that.
Okay, so my question, though, was yes and no, and simply being there's a federal law called Fighting Against Forced Labor and Child Labor in Supply Chains Act. Every reporting entity, and BC Ferries is one of them, is supposed to have on their website, May 31st, a detailed breakdown of the supply chains. BC Ferries was deficient until June 27th. And even though you've come into contract with this particular shipyard in China, there's a zero mention of it, sir, in your when it was posted on your website on June 27th. What do you have to say about that?
Chair, what I can say is that we are obviously subject to and bound by those federal laws around child labor and forced labor. There are very strict provisions inside our contract for the yard and its supply chain, and we intend to hold the yard to account, just as we do any yard.
It's a $250,000 fine, is what it said in there. And the last point I would simply make, I hope that your next year will actually address it, because the simple, if you look at your current report with the one you did last year, it's almost identical.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus, and thank you once again, Mr. Jimenez. Next, we'll turn over the la parole, I'm thinking in French today for some reason, to Mr. Weiler. Mr. Weiler, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Our committee today. And I appreciate being able to fill in to ask some questions today on behalf of the communities of my riding, especially Bowen Island and the Sunshine Coast, that depend on ferries on a daily basis to commute, for healthcare appointments, to see families, and also especially in the summer where tourism is so important. And they are constantly impacted by a fleet of ferries that in many cases is a decade or more beyond their useful life, which is leading to frustration when these ferries are breaking down. And unfortunately, we're seeing that more and more. And so while it's always important that we buy Canadian, especially right now when our industries are under threat, the need for renewal of this fleet is an urgent imperative for communities in my riding. So maybe first question, why didn't the $1 billion contract from the Canada Infrastructure Bank go to a Canadian shipyard?
For the question, described before, and I'll say it again, there were no Canadian yards that were able to participate in the program because they didn't bid, and they advised us specifically because they were at capacity in terms of their order books based on commitments they've made to the federal government's national shipbuilding strategy.
Was there any requirement for Canadian content or criteria for Canadian content within the bid?
Well, there are two things that we did specifically is that we made sure that the standards that were set inside the qualification criteria would encourage and enable Canadian shipyards to apply and to indicate an initial interest, and two did, which was great. The second thing was inside the evaluation criteria, there were specific marks given for Canadian content.
Thank you. And so you mentioned that Canadian shipyards are at capacity right now and would be for the next decade. What would that mean if this contract was canceled and we sought to procure this through Canadian shipyards, perhaps a decade from now? What would that mean to the operation of BC Ferries over the next decade?
Chair, I want to thank again the member for the question. It put the operations at critical risk. We'd be operating ships that would be 70 years old, which is almost 2 times the normal lifespan of a vessel of this size and this class. So for us, that risk is untenable. And it's not just us, it's the people we serve, certainly the people in the members' ridings, but up and down 1,600 kilometers of coastline. 23 million people rely on us every year to move back and forth. And as ships age, you get things like metal fatigue and other critical failures that just can't be avoided with simple maintenance. It's just the ships age out. And
beyond procuring in Canada, what would be the additional cost if this was procured from perhaps an allied shipyard?
Chair, thank the member for the question. I mentioned in my remarks, and I think 1 or 2 other times, that in evaluating the bids, if we had gone to a different yard that wasn't the one we chose, we would have been spending up to $1.2 billion more. And in our view, obviously, that didn't meet with the value expectations that our customers have, and making sure that we bring ships into service on time in an affordable manner so that we can continue to run the system that we're charged to run.
And what if these ships were procured in Canada in using Canadian steel? I know there wasn't an official bid from a Canadian shipyard, but do you have an estimate of what that cost would be?
It's very difficult to estimate a cost, against a bid that hasn't been received. What I could say is it'll be more, but I couldn't give a quantum without being inaccurate.
Okay, and I think what would be helpful for this committee is maybe if you could speak to the governance system for BC Ferries and the ability and the flexibility that you have in terms of raising fares to deal with additional costs and the amount of funding that you receive from government. I mean, if we are to go with an allied shipyard, how would you be able to absorb that additional $1.2 billion in costs, given the constraints that you're operating under?
I'll answer that question fairly directly and honestly, which is we're going to have to pass those costs on to our customers. Our system is one in which about 75% of our revenues are generated by users. So we have about 20% through the provincial government and a little less than about 3 and change from the federal government, and then a couple points for other sources. So the majority of revenues that we derive inside the system come from users, and those costs are then ultimately borne by users when they have to go up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiler, and thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Prochainement, nous avons Mr. Barcelou-Duval. À vous la
Next,
parole.
we have Mr. Barcelou-Duval. You have 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Question for you, Mr. Jimenez. The government announced on July 16th additional counter tariffs on any steel that is melted in China. And I believe that's in addition to the 25% that already existed in October 2024, so a total of 50%. My question for you, will those tariffs be applied to the ships that you import, or will those ships be exempted through a decree of 2025 that waives tariffs on certain things? So I'm just wondering, will there be tariffs? And if so, who will pay them?
Chair, I want to thank the member for the question. As I understand, the tariffs constructed, the ones he's mentioning, we mentioned two sets of tariffs, but the first apply to finished goods, don't apply to finished goods. So no, we do not expect that those tariffs would apply to finished vessels that will be delivered later on in this decade. As to other tariffs that I think he mentioned in his question, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but currently we're exempt from import duties on ships, ferries specifically.
Merci.
Thank you. And I think my last question for you would be, do you have any advice to give to the government to make sure that in the future we'll be able to actually get more local contracts so that this type of thing doesn't happen again? For example, do you think that all infrastructure projects subsidized by the federal government should be locally sourced?
Chair, I go back to comments I made earlier about the Canadian shipbuilding industry. I mean, I think it's one that has a lot of strength. I know that because we work with them very, very closely and have for decades and will for decades more. And one of the challenges that they have is building ships at scale. And so I think there's lots of things that governments will need to consider and think about in order to make sure that they're cost competitive in a procurement that we run or really anyone else, because most Canadian companies, whether it's Seaspan, Algoma, Marine Atlantic or others, are procuring ships that are built outside of Canada. So I think we have an opportunity for sure.
Je pose la question là parce que...
Thank you, Mr. Barcelona-Duval. I'm sorry you're out of time. Next.
The floor is yours once again. You have 5 minutes, sir.
What is the primary reason that BC Ferries decided to award the contract to a state-owned shipyard in the People's Republic of China?
Chair, the evaluation criteria that we use to assess bids from yards around the world looks at a combination of factors, including technical capabilities, delivery timelines, safety, commitment to quality, and also cost. So we use a combination of criteria to assess what is going to be the yard that can deliver the best value for British Columbians, and I hope that answers.
Do you
the
think
question.
are the shipbuilding workers in the People's Republic of China better than the shipbuilding workers here in Canada?
Chair, what I'd say is the yard that we selected met very high standards for.
Is that higher than the ones here in Canada?
They met the same standards that we would apply to any yard, Chair, from any part of the world.
So to clarify, do the state-owned companies that employ these workers in China follow the same safety, labor, and environmental regulations as private companies and unions here in Canada?
Chair, what I can say, based on this particular procurement, is that...
It's kind of a yes or no question.
Chair, again, I'll try to answer the question. What I can say is that we assessed every yard against the same sets of standards for quality, safety, environmental standards, and this yard met the high bar that we set for ourselves, whether we're working domestically or internationally.
Do shipyards in the People's Republic of China pay their workers the same as the shipyards here in Canada?
Chair, I think the member would have to ask the shipyards themselves.
It's a pretty easy question, I think.
Likely answer is no.
I think so. So would you acknowledge that we're essentially bankrolling the offshoring of critical shipbuilding jobs to an adversarial regime because they're willing to pay their workers less and have them work in worse and lower safety and environmental and labor conditions?
What I'd say, Chair, is that we settled on a shipyard that is bringing significant value to British Columbians and making sure that the system that we're supposed to be running delivers, safe, reliable, and affordable ferry service. And it's a key part of our renewal program right now.
C-SPAN said that they would have liked to build these ships. That's correct.
Chair, C-SPAN has been very public in saying that they were not able to participate in this program because they had no
based
capacity.
off of how you formulated it, they express interest. So that it's true that you formulated in the contract in a way where C-SPAN was unable to build. And one of the things that you mentioned was the fact that you needed these ships right away, that we didn't have enough time. And you made a good point, but I was looking into it, and the oldest ships that you have in service, correct me if maybe the C-class, 30, 40 years old, where you're going to depreciate them over a large period of time. And presumably the forecast for passenger growth would have been well known. So why are you scrambling to purchase ships here at the last minute when we should have known for decades, and we could have incorporated the acquisition of these ferries into a proper shipbuilding strategy to ensure that we're building that important industrial capacity here in Canada, creating Canadian jobs in shipbuilding, in steel and aluminum production, instead of waiting at the last minute to use it as an excuse so we can go buy them on the cheap from the People's Republic of China, creating jobs in that country instead of our own?
Chair, there's a number of things that I'm going to take issue with in the members' questions because they're just not correct. Well, first I'll start with that this program and the age of our ships is very well known and has been known for a very long time. We actually started this process 8 years ago before the pandemic and had to shut it down during that time. And at that time, we were very public, attending industry conferences every year, putting out a 20-year view of what our shipbuilding needs look like. So the industry was very well aware of where we were at and where we were going. The other thing that the member mentioned was somehow that we excluded or designed a contract to make it impossible for the shipyard to bid, and that's just simply not the case. The reality is in shipyards, C-SPAN has been very public about this, is that they acknowledged that they were not able to participate in this series build because they simply did not have capacity in their yard, given the commitments.
What was the turnaround you were requiring for the ferries?
We expect the first ship to be delivered at the end of the decade, 2029.
So 4 years?
That's correct, Chair.
So you had 40 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jimenez, and thank you, Mr. Gunn. Next, prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Lauzon, encore une fois. À vous la parole.
We have Mr. Lauzon again. You have the floor for 5 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Je vais poser mes questions en français.
I'm going to ask my questions in French. I'm curious to hear, in one of the answers, you said that this is a process that's been coming for 6, 7, 8 years, even before the pandemic. So it's a long process, or it seems so to me. How could we maybe plan better so that we can use Canadian suppliers, Canadian products? Is that a thought process that started 8 years ago, or did you only start thinking about this during the current bidding process when you noticed that Canadian companies weren't able to bid?
Chair, I can provide a little bit of clarification. So the initial process was started in about 2018 and shut down in 2020 when the pandemic hit. The company simply ran out of ran out of money to fund capital programs, ship or terminal or otherwise. It was restarted in late 2021, where we spent a number of years designing the ship that we would need to be part of an evaluation package. And then again, the formal the RFP began in probably late 23, early 24. So I would say that it's been very planful. And it's been very thoughtfully sort of organized and run. I hope that answers the member's question.
That's a good answer. Toutes les préparations que vous avez mis en place.
All the preparation that you put in place, so all of the preparatory work, that was it Canadian workers, Quebec workers, BC workers who did that? Like the pre-qualification, preparing for the bid, all of that, was that done locally?
Yeah, well, I would say yes. It was done by internal teams at BC Ferries, Chair. We essentially manage and organize procurements. ourselves. We have obviously external assistance through, brokers and whatnot, but the vast majority of the work to think about, run, and execute the procurement is done by local teams. Small number of people, but local folks to BC Ferries.
En aucun temps, déjà.
And at no time in the process was the Chinese company mandated to work on that, preparation of that process, like the templates or anything like that. So you basically all of the documents that were drawn up were done by Canadians.
Chair, I want to make sure I understand the question. The materials that constitute the procurement process are built, constructed, designed, obviously by BC Ferries, and they're put out into market for anyone to review and decide that they want to make a proposal. So whether you're from Europe, South America, Asia, you're looking at the same set of documents that are prepared in British Columbia at BC Ferries.
À partir de ces documents, parlez-moi de la préqualification.
And can you tell me about the pre-qualification process? You mentioned one important step, which is that you included the planning time, price, construction standards. All of that was part of the pre-qualification. So can you explain to us how you proceeded up to the point when you learned that the Canadian companies were not able to bid?
Sure. I think, Chair, that I'm just going to clarify something. So there's three stages. I said an expression of interest, there's pre-qualification, and then there's the actual bid process itself. So the pre-qualification, which I think is what the member is asking, essentially sets out a number of minimum criteria. You have to have built a certain ship of a certain size in the last number of years. You have to have certain, so they're very high-level standards, very high-level criteria. They're not the criteria that we would use in the ultimate evaluation of a bid. Separate and apart, once those shipyards have met those minimum criteria to say, you're financially solvent, you've built a ship in the last 10 years, et cetera, it's at that point then we say, okay, well, these yards are interested. And they said, when you are ready to provide a bid package to us, please, let us know. And at that point, in the third stage of our process, when we have the design ready and we have the form of the contract ready, we put it out in a formal RFP process. It's at that point that the yards make an independent decision on whether they will submit a bid or not. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Merci, Mr. Lauzon, and thank you once again, Mr. Jimenez. Another lightning round. 2 minutes to Mr. Albus, followed by 2 minutes to Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Albus, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question here. You said you'd save $650 million if BC Ferries were to go to another lender, but it sounds like you only went to the Canadian Infrastructure Bank. What do you base that on? Are you just basing on the loan that you got and what it would be at, say, a prime? If you only went to one source for investment, that you weren't testing the market.
Chair, I'm going to just clarify that there will be multiple sources of funding inside this program. So the CIB is one portion of the funds that we're going to access in order to pay for this particular investment. So we will also be issuing bonds.
So where did you get that $650 million if it was canceled at the CIB loan?
Chair, the number is actually, it's up to $650 million. And what it represents is the difference in the interest charges that would otherwise be applied
but you didn't go out, you didn't go to the market, though, to be able to compare that to, correct?
Well, Chair, I just want to clarify, because I said a couple of seconds ago, we will be going to the market to issue bonds.
So it could be considerably less, is what you're saying, because up to, that's what it means, right?
That's correct.
Okay, good. You also said the closest bid was what? Up to $1.2 million or $1 billion more? Is that correct?
I said if we'd gone with a yard that wasn't in China, we would have paid up to $1.2 billion.
So what was the difference
more.
with the closest bid between the one you settled with in PRC? What was the difference between that and the next?
So those are kind of numbers that we're not going to be able to provide inside of the requirements that we've set for ourselves and inside the
200
process
million
around commercial sensitivity.
300 million.
So there's certain limitations that we have
Less
based
than
on a
300?
procurement process where we simply aren't able to provide competitive and commercial information.
But, you know,
Thank you, Mr. Albus, and thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Just a quick reminder to all of our colleagues. I know we want to get our questions in, but when we're chiming in while the witness is speaking, it is absolutely impossible for our translators, our interpreters, to translate that because they don't know whether they're supposed to be interpreting you or the member. But your time is up. I just wanted to remind all the members that that is something we should do in order to support our interpreters. Finally up today, we have Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway, the floor is yours. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and to the witness, thank you for being here. One question, because I only have 2 minutes. The Minister of Transport and Internal Trade has expressed her concerns on this procurement deal, specifically with national security. So I'm wondering if you can tell us what measures are being taken to ensure the security and quality standards of the vessels constructed in a foreign shipyard, particularly the one that is obviously based in China. Thank you.
We will be using the same standards we would have, quite frankly, with any yard. So we did a lot of work up front to assess risk and using, our own experts and experts from outside the company. And as we go through the build process, there's a number of things that we do. One is we have an on-site team to manage the process, to do audits and checks and security assessments throughout the build period. We will have also an entity that's representing Transport Canada, again, through the build process. And we'll also have another 1 or 2 entities that will be working with us throughout in different stages of the process. So there'll be anywhere between 30 and 40 people on site at the shipyard throughout the build process to monitor, evaluate, assess that the ships are being built according to the specs, et cetera. When it comes to sensitive technology and other equipment on board, again, that will be done and overseen by BC Ferry staff. So there's a number of protections and measures that we're taking to put in place to ensure that the ships that we receive will be ones ready to operate day one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. And on behalf of all members of this committee, we want to thank you for your presence here, Mr. Jimenez. We wish you safe travels back to British Columbia. With that, colleagues, I am going to suspend once again for 2 minutes to welcome our last group of witnesses for today before we embark on our discussions. This meeting is suspended. Next panel of witnesses and the final witnesses for today. Allow me to welcome from the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Mr. Aaron Corey, Chief Executive Officer. Welcome to you, sir. And Monsieur Frédéric Duguay, General Counsel and Corporate Secretary. Bienvenue. As you know, we're very short on time today. We have a lot of work to do, so I will immediately turn it over to you for your opening remarks. You have 5 minutes, please.
Merci. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du comité.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of committee. Thank you for allowing me to speak before your committee as you study the CIBC's investment in BC Ferries. With me, our General Counsel, Frédéric Duguay.
Our loan to BC Ferries. And if you'll permit me, I'd appreciate the opportunity to give a quick update on our overall progress before diving into the specifics. The CIB was created to get infrastructure projects unstuck. Through our flexible financing, we can address market and affordability gaps that get in the way of projects moving forward. Since I joined the organization at the end of 2020, we have consistently made 20 to 30 investments. That's $3 to $5 billion of CIB money invested each year. And we expect this pace to continue or accelerate. I'm proud to report we've now made loans worth $17 billion across 102 projects that have a total capital value of $50 billion. We have projects in every province and territory, and our pipeline of future projects is healthy. 70% of those projects are in construction, supporting nearly 235,000 Canadian jobs and other downstream domestic benefits. 7 of these projects are completed, and this number will increase rapidly as more projects finish construction and come online. Different than a grant, we make loans that are repaid with interest. And for several quarters now, we have collected sufficient revenue to cover 100% of the organization's operating costs. We expect this trend to continue, resulting in minimal impact to taxpayers. In short, the CIB is a model that is working and delivering tangible benefits for Canadians, getting greenfield infrastructure built with minimal cost to taxpayers. Our projects range from our recent investment at the Montreal Airport to Canada's largest energy storage facility in Haldimand, Norfolk, to a wind turbine and energy storage system in Nunavut to reduce an island community's reliance on diesel. For each project we finance, we look at the public benefits that this infrastructure delivers to Canadians: growing the economy, decarbonizing key sectors, improving the connectivity of Canadians, closing the Indigenous infrastructure gap. These impact measures form the core of our investment decisions. L'investissement de la BIC dans BC's ferries est un...
Our investment in BC Ferries is an example of how we acquit ourselves of our mandate. We have to deal with old ships, not reliable and not worthy of this essential line.
Smaller ships in the spring of 2024, we began our discussions with BC Ferries about the purchase of major vessels in September of last year. At the time, BC Ferries was involved in a global procurement process, and the CIB's low-cost loan structure would allow them to accelerate their transition to new, cleaner, efficient, and reliable vessels, while avoiding higher costs on the residents of BC who use them. Without our loan, they faced a series of difficult choices: increase fares, delay the investments in these new vessels, or decrease services. Given the positive outcomes of the project, we provided a loan, which was approved by the CIB's board in early March of 2025. It is allocated, as you've heard today, in two components: up to $690 million towards vessels and up to $310 million toward local electrification infrastructure. It's important to note we had no role in BC Ferries' procurement decisions. As the project proponent, BC Ferries is best placed to decide how to procure the vessels that will help them realize their business objectives and the needs of their users. Je tiens à être clair. Dans 100% des investissements...
Let me be clear. In our investments, the partner is responsible for attaining their commercial targets. The bank, we accord loans that are repaid with interest.
Their new irrigation systems that they now use to expand farmland production, nor did we tell the Caisse de dépôt how to source the LRT train system in Montreal. But I'd like to be equally clear. The people who benefit from CIB loans are Canadians. In this case, regardless of where BC Ferries source their vessels, the benefits of our financing go directly to the users of the service by keeping fares more affordable and ensuring new, reliable, cleaner ships are in service as soon as possible. What project proponents across the country have told us is that they run competitive global procurement processes that welcome Canadian bidders. In many cases, the Canadian market can supply the goods and materials these infrastructure projects require. Canadian steel, cement, and other key inputs are in many of our projects. But at the same time, almost all infrastructure projects in this country are built using global supply chains. Critical components from solar panels to chips and batteries are procured from global markets. Across the country, there's a growing, clear refrain. Canada needs to rise to the moment and build infrastructure, and it needs to build it fast. And while we are making solid progress, we also all know that our needs are significant. We need to empower project owners to move quickly to build the infrastructure that will diversify our economy, open trade routes for Canadian goods to get to markets, and more. And equally important, we need to address how we finance this infrastructure given finite government resources. Ce sont des questions auxquelles les partenaires de projet, comme BC Ferries, font face.
These are matters that product partners like BC Ferries grapple with daily, and it's why the CIBC was created. We're here to help them get their projects unstuck. We're here to help them deliver benefits to local communities, and we're here to help them ensure their projects remain affordable.
In our line of questioning today with Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Curry. Thanks for your testimony here today. We heard about a $1 billion contract that went to a company from the People's Republic of China to build Canadian ships. How many other CIB investments are being touted as Canadian investments when they're actually being outsourced to foreign nations with lower labor and lower environmental standards in Canada?
Thank you for the question, and nice to see you. Dr. Lewis, thank you. Mr. Chair, I guess I'd like to answer the question in two parts. First, As I mentioned in my opening remarks, every one of our projects is for the benefits of Canadians and is infrastructure that is in and partly in Canada. And 235,000 Canadian workers are working on the 102 projects that we're financing today. So these generate clear Canadian benefits, and that's one of the beauties of infrastructure, of course. When you build infrastructure, it drives significant local economic benefit in the building. It drives even greater economic benefit in the using. By creating new trade routes, by connecting Canadians. These are the long-term benefits of infrastructure. And so all of our projects do deliver those as per our mandate. What I will also say to your question is that many of our projects are also parts of global supply chains. As I said, whether it's solar panels or chips, many manufactured goods come from Canadian suppliers, but many come from global markets. And in short, it's not the CIB's role to tell our amazing project partners, be they provinces, territories, private companies, regulated entities like BC Ferries, to tell them where they should best source their components.
Thank you. So essentially, you're answering the question by stating that you can give $1 billion of Canadian taxpayer-funded money to a company, and then they can outsource those jobs to benefit another country. Is that not contrary to Section 6 of your mandate, which is supposed to enrich the Canadian economy? And I really want to focus on the timelines also of when you knew that this money was going to a foreign company. So I understand that the $1 billion loan with BC Ferries was signed on the 28th of March 28th, 2025. And that is the time, in fact, that you knew that the contract was going to China. Isn't that correct, Mr. Curry?
Mr. Chair, there were two questions. I'll take them in turn, if I may. Firstly, something to clarify, and I think it's been an important part of the discussion throughout the day. So our loan is to BC Ferries, clearly. That's who our contractual relationship is with. But most importantly, the benefits of our loan also flow through BC Ferries to the users of the service. We are not subsidizing a foreign entity. So the best analogy I can give you is if, Chair, you were buying a new house and you agreed to buy it for $100, and then I made you a loan, an interest-free loan, and I asked you who gets the benefit of the interest-free loan. Is it you or the person selling the house? And the answer is it's you. It's the beneficiary is the person receiving the loan. So the benefit of our loan goes straight to the riders, the users of the service, by keeping the service more affordable and clean.
Yes, but Mr. Curry, Canadian laborers are not being employed in building of these four ferries. And in addition, you know that the first loan payment was disbursed by the CIB May 22nd, 2025, and that the CIB made the deal public on June 26, 2025. So in fact, the taxpayer money, the $1 billion, with the loan was signed and the money started to flow 2 months before the CIB even thought that it was fair to tell the public about this contract. Is that the standard practice of the CIB, to finalize agreements using taxpayer dollars and then disperse payments weeks or months before they disclose it to the Canadian public whose money they're using?
Thank you for the question. And Mr. Chair, just to answer the question about timelines in general. So as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we started our discussions with BC Ferries last September. And at the time, not surprisingly, as is the case in many of our procurements, we did not know where they would, at that time, source their materials from. We have loans, just to give a different example, to many wind producers across this country who haven't yet purchased their wind turbines. Our loan agreement is with the wind producer. And again, it's meant to keep the project more affordable. So when we started our discussions last September, we were not privy to, nor was it part of our analysis, where they were getting the ferries. But to the member's question, in March of last year, we approved the loan in March 5th. They still had not made a decision. At the time we closed loan documents, which is a financial document actually signed, March 28th, I believe, end of March, we were informed by BC Ferries they were down to 2 finalists, and we knew both of them were China-based, as you heard from Mr. Jimenez earlier. So they had informed us of that just at the time. So just to be very clear, that wasn't part of our analysis. It wasn't part of the decision to make our loan, because our loan is about benefiting the BC customers, the 23 million people or so who use the service. To answer the second part of your question about announcement, I'll be very clear about this. We take transparency extremely serious, Mr. Chair. And if you were to go to our website, you'd see a map that shows every one of our projects across the country. It's true that there was a delay in the announcement of this project, and I would just point the members to the fact that we were in an active writ period at that time, and so announcements of public announcements by crowns is restricted, so we weren't able to make an announcement. Once a new government was in place, which was mid-May, we started spooling back up to make a public announcement in June, which was always our plan, and we always do strive to announce as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corey, and thank you, Dr. Lewis. Next, we'll go to Ms. Wien. Ms. Wien, the floor is yours. You have 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our witnesses who are here today to speak to us a little bit about the CIB program and its capacity. Mr. Corey, you described this not as a grants program, but the model is fundamentally about a loan with interest. Can you tell me about what's working with this and how we're able to kind of grow the economy and meet other goals while having this loan program in place?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I think we've talked at previous iterations of this committee about this central idea, which is that we have an infrastructure deficit in this country. Most analysis pegs it at several $100 billion, and numbers that are hard to actually wrap your head around. And I think if we want to grow our economy, continue to decarbonize our economy and grow effectively, we need to make massive investments in infrastructure. And the simple reality is we can't afford to do all of that the way we have historically done it. That is on the basis of public taxpayer money only. So the point of a program like the CIB is to stretch taxpayer dollars further. By making a loan with concessionary terms, as is the case of this loan, what we're trying to do is make more infrastructure projects happen. Over the life of the loan, when we get paid back the interest over time, we will get back our $1 billion plus the interest compounded over many years. That means that at the end of the loan, there is not a cost to taxpayers. So there's a capital cost. If you think of like expense versus capital, we're lending $1 billion, but we're getting that money back with interest. And the job of the CIB is to make loans that the rest of the market can't, either because they're lower interest rates and or they take more risk. Many projects face challenges of cost. The BC Ferries purchase would be a great example. Many projects face challenges of risk. So EV charging networks across this country, or decarbonizing buildings, or many of these are very risky. Carbon capture and storage in our oil sands if we want to clean our energy sources. All of these things come with a lot of market risk. Critical minerals extraction. So the CIB might also make a loan where we're taking above market risk. So it's not always about low cost money. Sometimes it's about higher risk. But either way, our job is to make those loans and across the portfolio of them, charge enough interest that we cover all of our operating costs and the risk we're taking, because some loans will not pan out perfectly. That's the point of loans. There's some risk of default. When I say take risk, that means some of the risk will come home to roost. But over the portfolio, if we charge enough interest, the idea is this should cost taxpayers nothing or minimal, and should launch many projects across the country.
Thanks very much. I'm going to follow up with a question about sort of, in the political moment that we're in now, and thinking in terms of, what we are building out as we think about strengthening the economy and responding to the upheaval that is happening across the globe. Could you tell me about how you're kind of future-proofing and thinking about Canadian content going forward, or if there's measures or directions from a policy perspective that would help you to do that?
What's really interesting, of course, is in the moment we're in, it really does feel like the best moment to work in infrastructure, I have to say. And I think all of you as committee members have a really important job over the coming years, because we have both a challenge in front of us, but also a real opportunity to diversify our trade, to invest in the North in a way we have never before, to invest in the supply chains that are going to power the world, be they energy or critical minerals. So we at the CIB take that really seriously and are really excited about it. So to answer your question, some of the things we're thinking about are, for sure, trade routes and corridors. So we're having discussions with every port in Canada. We have 2 loans today with the Port of Prince Rupert. There are expansion plans, whether it's in Vancouver or Montreal, all of those, and we're certainly having discussions on northern gateways like Grays Bay. All of those are meant to open up new markets for Canadian goods. I think the second thing is investments in the North are also, I think, to this moment, really about sovereignty and security in the north. So you often have dual purpose. So this project Grays Bay, for an example, would be about critical minerals export, about securing trade routes through the Northwest Passage, and about providing a new site for Coast Guard and naval use. So that dual use infrastructure is really important. When it comes to Canadian content, I think as policymakers, what I hear from infrastructure project owners across the country is an incredible desire to maximize the use of Canadian content. And as I said, on the projects we've financed today, the estimates from our partners and from our independent analysis that over 230,000 Canadian workers will work on those project sites over the life of those projects. So that is real economic value. And our project partners are telling us that for many of their supply chains, they are truly global in nature. So if you're building a solar farm, or if you're building a battery storage facility, or a broadband in the north, many of those things are sourced in global markets. And so I think the challenge that we all face is how do we grow Canadian champions in the places that we want to have them? And how do we therefore make them winners, not only in Canada, but globally, frankly? And how do we use procurement in Canada to help them springboard? Sorry, this is a long answer, but the best example I can give you is in the nuclear industry. We have done this before in nuclear, where we used Canadian procurement and built a Canadian supply chain over decades. It doesn't happen overnight. And that gave us a foothold to be suppliers to the world. And we're doing it again now around small modular reactors, which is an investment that the CIB has made alongside Ontario and the private sector in building new small modular reactors, with the idea that we can then be suppliers to other parts of the world. So I think the challenge is going to be picking our spots where we can be leaders. And the CIB will help drive that by getting new stuff built.
Thank you very much, Mr. Corey, and thank you, Ms. Wien. Prochainement, nous avons Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Now, Mr. Barcelou Duval, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Corey. A question for you. You were quite clear in your statement. You said that for you, the question of where these ferries are built is not the real concern. Your job is to provide a loan to BC Ferries so that they can find a ship, and your work ends there. Now, it surprises me all the same, because the bank is not the infrastructure bank of China. You're not there to serve foreign interests. Now, when you informed the Minister of Infrastructure that you would be financing ferries built in China, how did the Minister react? Thank you for the question. I'll answer in English to be clear.
Chair, just on the first comment, I think it's really, you have to come back to thinking about what is infrastructure. Infrastructure is a thing that delivers public benefits. It delivers public, and I will answer your question, I promise. I won't waste your time. It delivers public benefits. And so we are the Banque de l'Infrastructure du Canada. And the part of this that is really important is 23 million ferry users between Vancouver Island and Vancouver. That's who we're investing for. That's what we're buying. And it does create lots of economic benefit for Canadians, whether that's in the electrification construction, which most of it will happen on shore, the goods that trade, the tourism that happens. So there's real benefits.
Quelle a été la réaction du ministre?
Deuxième question, oui. Thank you.
What was the minister's reaction?
If I understand the question correctly, when the minister and I first talked about this was June, when he asked me about the purchase of about the loan and whether BC Ferries was buying from China, which I confirmed. He asked me what our role was in their procurement decision, which, as I outlined to you today, wasn't a role in the procurement, and gave him some basic information on why we made the loan. Again, as I've shared, Mr. Chair, with the committee today, just describing the benefits and why we made the loan. That was the nature of our discussion in mid-June when we spoke.
Est-ce qu'à un moment quelconque, il a mentionné que...
At any time, did he mention that this might not happen? Did he ask about the modalities? Thank you for the question.
About cancellation of the loan. His questions really were just better understanding, had we made a loan, in fact? He just wanted to clarify the facts of the case. And secondly, making sure he understood the logic of why we made the loan and what was our rationale, and understand the timeline, which I explained to him. We had made the loan in March.
OK, merci. Prochaine question pour vous, c'est de savoir...
My next question, on June 2nd, when Minister Mélanie Joly announced all over Canada actually announced great national infrastructure projects, talked about Canadian aluminum, how they would help Canadian businesses and workers given the American tariff context that was really hurting the industry. Since then, have you had any guidance or directives or asks about projects you are going to finance as the infrastructure bank with respect to Canadian aluminum?
I haven't had any directive. I think, obviously, policymakers, you heard from Minister Robertson today, I think they're thinking about how do we encourage the use of Canadian supply whenever possible, while recognizing what we hear from project owners across this country, which is if we want to build at the scale we aspire to, we'll need to be flexible and part of global supply chains at the same time. And so getting that balance correct, I think, is absolutely important. And the CIB will respond to any broader director or of government. They're our shareholder. But right now, our mandate, as asked in one of the previous questions, our mandate is get stuff built for the benefits of Canadians.
Est-ce que c'est quelque chose qui
Thank you. You've answered the question. Did it ever cross your mind, did anything ever cross your mind with respect to the fact that the announcement that had been made, or the $1 billion for BC ferries, and the fact that these ferries were going to be built in China, was this not in contradiction with what the government was saying over the past months?
Is accelerate infrastructure investment in this country for the benefits of Canadians. So we take our mandate seriously and we deliver against it. And we're really, that's our focus.
Mais il n'y a pas eu de préoccupation ou de discussion à l'effet que...
Was there no concern about the fact that the government had said it would prioritize Canadian steel, for example, and that there were these billions, $2 billion, to have these ships built in China? Did it never cross your mind that that was sending a contradictory message?
The idea of each loan is to try and deliver maximum benefits to Canadians, and it's up to each of our project proponents, critical mining companies to ferry companies to broadband companies, to figure out their global supply chains in accordance with Canadian law, spirit, regulatory rules, etc.
Non, je vais aller plus loin dans cette perspective-là, c'est parce que quand même vous avez...
I'll go a little further. On June 26th, after the House had risen, now there were two projects that billions were invested in. The modernization of the airport in Montreal, and the infrastructure bank invested like $1 billion in BC ferries. Why did the minister not mention this?
I'm not sure I have an answer to that question, but I would say we're very proud of the investment at Montreal Airport, and I would just say to the member again, I have no insight into where that $1 billion will also be sourced from. There'll be tons of local construction and jobs, and there'll also no doubt be global supply of some elements. I think every infrastructure project looks kind of like that in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Merci, Mr. Barson-Duval. Next, we'll go back to Dr. Lewis. Dr. Lewis, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. In my community of Haldeman, Norfolk, we have a major steel mill, Stelco, that employs thousands and provides economic security for much of the region. Those jobs are at risk, and those workers and their families are worried. And we are here today discussing the $1 billion taxpayer funds going to create jobs in a foreign country because of a decision in part by the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And Mr. Corey, I find that to be a very, very sad state for our infrastructure within Canada. The Canada Infrastructure Bank was created by the Liberal government with the promise of delivering big national building projects by attracting private investment. After a decade, it has failed in its mission. Despite tens of billions in public funding, the bank has completed just 7 projects out of more than 100 it has funded. That is less than 1 per year. During the same period, it has poured millions into executive salaries, bonuses, and insider contracts, while critical infrastructure across the country remains delayed, overpriced, and abandoned. Let's be clear, it isn't just about the BC Ferry scandals. It is a clear pattern of failure and mismanagement. The CIB, much touted ability to attract private investment, has never materialized. They promise multiplier effects of 4, 5, 6 times of each taxpayer dollars. Michael Sabia, former CIB chair and now the clerk of the Privy Council, claimed that every dollar would attract 5 in private capital. And later he revised that down to 2 or 3. This is very concerning, but according to the parliamentary budget officer, most CIB funding still comes from taxpayers, federal, provincial, and municipal. In the past 3 years, private sector dollars made up less than half. The PBO also confirmed that over half of the bank's funds still sit idle, not building anything, not delivering results. But we do know that year after year, money goes into salaries, executive bonuses, more than actual infrastructure. The CIB has made questionable investments, greening of a luxury hotel, a apartment retrofit where rents spiked, and a high-profile projects like the $1.7 billion Lake Erie Connector and a $20 million Mapleton water project that were quietly all canceled. It hides details of projects invested and has resisted even appearing before committee for important investigations, like the one into the McKinsey connection to the bank. It has relied on liberal-friendly firms like McKinsey with little transparency. With each misstep, the Liberal minister has conveniently denied any knowledge of responsibility. And we heard that here today for the bank's decisions, calling it arm's length, even though taxpayers are footing the bill. And now the CIB is bankrolling BC Ferries' contract with a Chinese state-owned state yard, sidelining Canadian workers and undermining our domestic shipbuilding capacity and steel industry at the worst time possible. Worse still, the only reason we
Point of
know
order,
of
Mr.
this
Chair. Is there a question for the witness where we're just hearing the member lecturing us all instead of taking advantage of
I have the floor.
CIB?
And
There's a point of order which I will address, colleagues. Dr. Lewis,
time.
the first thing I'll say is that your time is stopped, so that you have 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Mr. Greaves, members are free to use their time for questions or comments as they please. So I'll turn the floor back over to Dr. Lewis. If she'd like to use her time to make a comment, she's free to do so, or she can ask a question to the witness. The floor is yours, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Worse still, the only reason we know of the interest rate of 1.8% is, which is well below market, is because BC Ferries disclosed it, not the Canada Infrastructure Bank, not the Minister of Infrastructure. That tells you everything. Canadians are subsidizing Chinese industry and workers, not our own. The BC Ferry scandals should be the final straw. After reviewing the CIB's full track record, the Transport Committee should reaffirm its single clear recommendation with regard to the bank, and that is to abolish it. Conservatives stand firmly by the recommendation to abolish the bank. It's time for the government to finally respect the committee's findings and put an end to the failed institution. If Mr. Corey wants to address the workers in Haldeman, Norfolk, the steel workers and the workers in Canada who don't have an opportunity to build these ships because that contract has gone abroad, he's free to do so in the time that I have left.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. 22 seconds, Mr. Corey.
I'll just address and say that if we meet our ambitions as a country of building the infrastructure we need, and which the CIB, I think, is an important tool in that toolkit, far from the only one, but a real tool in that toolkit, then I think it will benefit all of us as Canadian citizens, both having the infrastructure we need to move around our country, have energy supply in our country, and create many, many jobs. And I'll just say that the CIB is really proud of its track record of doing so across the country.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Prochainement, nous avons M. Lauzon. À vous la parole. 5 minutes.
And now, Mr. Lauzon, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, witnesses, for appearing. You set the table earlier. The Infrastructure Bank has as its mandate to support products that help to drive the Canadian economy. Now, you don't seem to be able to say that there are can tell us exactly what certain businesses will do. Now, with respect to BC Ferries and the four ferries in the present context, given the crisis in aluminum and steel, it's normal to be disappointed in the Canadian market. But giving a contract to China, but given the requirements that BC Ferries had, let's say they had proposed something, a Canadian product built in Canada, if they'd done that, well, how did you discuss this? How did you analyze it among yourselves? I mean, can you recommend things? Were you able to envisage something else? Now, there were these various stages, including the call for the request for proposals. So, were you in any position to make recommendations?
I think the member asked a very thoughtful question, so I appreciate it. I think that when we enter into the discussions with any borrower, including BC Ferries, our first focus is on what are the project benefits. So that's all about, as I've talked about in my comments today, the service improvement and the cost of that service improvement, and how do you do that in the most affordable way possible for the users of the service. And usually, including in this case, that starts before they've made procurement decisions. And as I said, that's very common in our projects. And interestingly, if I gave you, let me answer your question with a sort of a hypothetical. If BC Ferries tomorrow said, we've changed our mind, we're buying them from Romania or Quebec, our loan wouldn't change, because our loan is designed to benefit the users of the service and to make sure that the ferries can get into service quickly, cleanly, reliable ferries at the lowest possible cost to BC providers. Now, to your question, if the government wants to start to build strategic industry, so let's say shipbuilding we have invested in Davie, and Seaspan, and in Irving. If the government said we want these ferries to come from Canada, and said, firstly, to BC Ferries, you must source from Canada, then we would support that. And if that meant the ferries were more expensive, they might say to us, well, you were going to make us $1 billion loan. Our ferries are more expensive. Will you lend us more money? Well, it's going to come back to, will they increase the cost of the service to citizens again? Because the only way to pay back a loan is you have to charge somebody. But if they were willing to charge BC consumers more, we would make a bigger loan. So I'm only giving you that example to say that our loan we are really not the drivers of the procurement decision, but if they made a decision around Canadian supply, or if there was a policy approach towards Canadian supply, we would support it indirectly by potentially the size of our loan being bigger if they could afford to pay it back.
So the affordability is a very important fact that you have in mind when you take those decisions.
Exactly.
Vous avez bien expliqué le processus de prise de décision.
You explained the decision-making process by your board based on BC's needs. And in a spirit of cooperation, we're all saying more or less the same thing. We're all disappointed because the minister said that she wanted to create a meeting among the various partners. How could we improve things for the future, saying that in the future, other ferries will be built in Canada, or could these requirements be added? Does this have to do with political will? Yes, and it's interesting because we're not invited to these meetings, and it's perfectly logical because we don't own the infrastructure. Our people who borrow from us, for example, the Port of Montreal or the Port of Vancouver,
They have criteria to build Canadian. That's great. Our loans will support those partners. So I only say that I think it's actually appropriate. That is really about the owners of infrastructure aligning around Buy Canadian, if that's the mandate.
Merci, Monsieur Lauzon. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Corey. Et le prochainement, nous avons Barcelou-Duval, excuse-moi, il n'y a plus de café.
Now, Mr. Barcelou-Duval, you have 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to get back to what we were discussing earlier. On 26 June, the announcement of this loan to BC Ferries to build ferries in China, with nothing said by the minister, but the bank, when it was improving, upgrading the Montreal airport, did deal with the infrastructure minister. Now, we did not have a quote from the minister in any communique or announcement.
I think I don't have a specific answer. I'm sorry. It's not something I'm involved in typically. So.
Mais c'est vos projets, c'est votre argent. Vous devez savoir
But
comment.
these were your projects and your money. So, if there was, did you issue the communique?
I mean, I think the general answer is on each one of our projects, we make an announcement, and our communication team works with the project owner, soit que c'est Aéroport de Montréal or the BC Ferries.
The Airport of Montreal or BC Ferries?
Announcement in person, is it a press release, and solicit any kind of supportive commentary from anyone who wants to provide a comment.
J'imagine que vous avertissez le gouvernement, vous leur demandez, voulez-vous une citation?
But I mentioned, you would have mentioned this to the government and asked for some sort of quote, communique, because it's all a bit nebulous. They say the bank is independent, but when it suits the government, it's there, and when it doesn't, it's not. Now, if even the question that I want answered is that when it doesn't suit the government, how do you deal with this? How do you deal with the decision making?
As an arm's length crown, we have a board, and the board is appointed by the minister, and I'm appointed by the board, and we of course have governance. And so, to answer your question, the government is the shareholder. Point final. I will also say that what the bank does is sign binding commercial contracts, loan agreements, and so. I think it would be inappropriate for the government to. It has lots of control over the CIB. It provides mandate direction to us, but that's different than canceling.
C'est vous qui décidez de façon unilatérale, puis vous
But
mettez.
You decide unilaterally, and then you put the government before the fait accompli.
So each year the CIB submits a corporate plan. The corporate plan outlines areas of investment we will make. So, for example, ports or ferries and other transit. So we outline the classes of infrastructure. Government approves that corporate plan. So, government actually through the mandate letter or the statement of priorities and accountability letter I get from Minister Robertson, each year government tells us if they have new priorities. This year we'd like you, for instance, nuclear was not on our list of things to invest in 2021, and government directed us to.
Spécifiquement sur l'investissement de BC Ferry, Madame Freeland comme Monsieur Robertson, les deux.
But Ms. Freeland and Mr. Robertson didn't mention it as investment, but you went ahead anyway.
Yours, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Corey, you know, it really takes a special kind of chutzpah to come to a committee that has already called for the abolition of your organization. You've really put, I think, your organization at a disadvantage. So when we say Article 6 or Clause 6, seek to attract investment from the private sector investors and institutional investors. Where's the private money?
May I ask in this project specifically?
Yes.
So as I think Mr. Jimenez was explaining, our money is only a portion of this purchase. BC Ferries will go out and raise the rest in the private bond markets, in the capital markets, and they will issue bonds, and there will be private capital for the rest of the ferry purchase.
So
that's a blend of our money and private capital.
So okay. So you're interpreting to have debt instruments as bringing in capital into Canada, even though we're going to be paying that money back plus interest, correct?
Mr. Chair, if I understand the question correctly, the mandate of the CIB is not bringing money into Canada. It could be Canadian money or external. So
it does say to attract investment from private sector investment.
Yes, which could be Canadian or international. I'm just saying it could be.
You know, and so your part then, infrastructure projects in Canada are partly in Canada because this meets none of the criteria.
Well, Mr. Chair, respectfully, I don't think I agree with the premise of the question. The infrastructure is in Canada, partly in Canada. All of the charging infrastructure, shoreside, which is $300 million of the $1 billion of our loan,
infrastructure project. It is not being constructed here, sir.
So,
it is the same as me driving a car from another country and then using it in Canada and claiming somehow that has Canadian value.
Well, Mr.
You know
Chair,
what, I think you and I have different opinions on this, so I'd like to hear your opinion on this other than. The minister has said he's given you, his organizations under him, direction on Canadian content. Have you received those instructions from the minister in writing for future CIB, for Canadian content to be included in future projects?
Mr. Chair.
So yes or no?
No, to date, we have not received any direction around Canadian
Yeah, I thought it was kind of strange because he said that he kept arguing that you guys are independent, but somehow he can force you to include those kinds of things. Okay. Now, he also did say, and I'm quoting exactly from Hansard, the next day I was in conversation with the CEO of the Infrastructure Bank to find out what had happened, to clarify what happened, and what recourse there might be to, what opportunity there might be to reverse direction on that financing. You said in your testimony when you had that conversation with him, there was no discussion about cancellation. Who's right?
Well, of course, to the best of my recollection, Chair, our conversation really was centered on him understanding the details of the loan, the rationale for why we made the loan. That's the conversation as I recall it, certainly.
Okay, so you're saying that there was no mention of cancellation. All right, well, I thought that'd be interesting. Mr. Chair, I would like to move the following motion. That in relation to the committee's study of the Canada Infrastructure Bank's financing of new vessels for BC Ferries, orders do issue A, to the Canada Infrastructure Bank and the British Columbia Ferry Services Incorporated to produce the complete bond purchase agreement entered into between those two entities on March 28, 2025, and which is disclosed on page 5 of BC Ferries Management's discussion and analysis of financial condition and financial performance published on June 12, 2025. B, to British Columbia Ferry Services Incorporated to produce 1. Records outlining the particulars of all options which it explored for the acquisition of 4 new vessels in questions, including vendors, suppliers, shipyards, countries of origin, and per unit prices. 2. The complete commercial agreement it entered into with either or both of Chinese merchants Jingling Shipyard Weihai Co. Limited or China Merchants Industry Weihai Shipyard Co. Limited for the construction of the 4 new vessels. 3. Any agreements, contracts, memoranda of understanding, letters of intent, or term sheets concerning the operation and maintenance of the 4 new vessels or of any systems, subsystems, or charging or other supporting infrastructure necessary for the vessel's operation. 3. Any BC Ferries internal decision-making post-C-SPAN and Shiroka consulting reports on ferry replacement. 4. Any document unredacted under the subject NMV evaluation results preferred proponent. C. To the Canada Infrastructure Bank, the Department of Housing, Infrastructures and Communities, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Transport, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Privy Council Office, and the Office of the Prime Minister to produce all records, including agreements, memoranda of understanding, minutes of meetings or discussions, and briefing notes or materials concerning the Canada Infrastructure Bank's financing of BC Ferries projects, including specifically BC Ferries' acquisition of the 4 new vessels and related charging infrastructure. And D, to the Canada Infrastructure Bank, British Columbia Ferry Services Incorporated, the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Transport, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Public Safety Emergency, including its Office, the Responsible Minister, the Privy Council Office, and the Office of the Prime Minister to produce all correspondence, emails, text messages, or any other electronic communications exchanged by any of them or between any of those federal government entities and the Government of British Columbia since January 1st, 2023 in relation to BC Ferries' acquisition of the 4 new vessels and related charging infrastructures, including any Canadian content requirements. Provided that, E, all documents shall be deposited with the clerk of the committee no later than August 29th, 2025 in an unredacted format and except as provided in paragraph F in both official languages, who shall distribute them to members of the committee as soon as possible, and F, all documents deposited by British Columbia Ferry Services Incorporated, 1, may be deposited in their original language, 2, be translated by the Translation Bureau, which the committee requests this request be done on a priority basis by September 12th, 2025, and 3, shall be distributed by the clerk of the committee to members of the committee as soon as the translations are available. And if you really want it, Mr. Chair, I will do it en français as well, but I do believe by this point we've emailed it in, and we do have copies so that all members can take a look at it. And I hope you find it in order. And I'm happy to start by speaking to it once you find it in order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus. The first thing I would like to do, because we do have to now move and dispense of this motion, which I think might take some time. I'm just taking a guess here, but I think that's what's going to happen. So I would invite, first of all, I'd like to thank our two witnesses for being here with us and sharing their time with us. Thank you very much. We wish you safe travels home. I'll excuse the witnesses. I'm going to suspend for a couple of minutes to make sure that everybody has this in both official languages, at which point I will turn the floor over to you, Mr. Albus. This meeting is suspended. order. Colleagues, just as a technicality, I need to ask whether or not we have the support of members, incluant Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, to go in camera as we discuss this. Do we have support? I need to have raised hands. Est-ce qu'on a l'appui pour aller in camera? Il y a des membres qui
We
disent non.
have support to go in camera.
Thank you.
Motion to go in camera,
The clerk had advised me that I need to ask to go in camera.
but if we were suspended, and I would have gotten the floor, though.
But before I proceed, this is what you have told me. Before I proceed, I have to ask whether or not there's support to go in camera.
No. Just let me have the floor.
Mr. Albus, once again, I'm listening to the advice of the clerk. I don't think in this case that we need to adjourn.
When you restart a meeting, it just automatically just restarts. Doesn't say anything about in camera. This is a, I mean, we probably conclude our testimony can do a 1 hour business. Doesn't say anything about but we never consented to that in the first place. So, and this was made in the open, we suspended the open meeting, we suspended the meeting. So, like, unless someone moves to go into camera.
Okay, everyone, apologies for the delay. We're going to resume with asking the committee whether or not the committee would like to go in camera or not. And I'd like to go to a recorded vote on that, please.
Mr. Greaves.
I vote yes. Thank you.
Would you like to go in camera?
Oui, je vote oui. Merci.
I vote yes. Thank you.
No.
Monsieur Lauzon? Mr. Nguyen?
I don't think people fully understand what's going on. Okay, everyone, we are voting whether people are in favor of going in camera or not going in camera. If you would like to go in camera, you are voting yay.
Okay.
If you are voting against and you want to keep it open, you are voting nay.
That's not what I understand from her. Okay.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair.
That's
In
not
light
what I
of
heard
that-
from her.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank
Greaves.
you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to change my vote in light of that clarification of what we were voting on.
Okay.
I vote no to going in camera. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, rather than a recorded vote. Maybe you could just do a recorded vote again. We have unanimous consent for you to put the question a second time.
Please, thank you.
So
Thank
we
you.
spare
We're going to put the
people.
vote a second time. For those of you who would like to go in camera to discuss the committee business, you vote in favor of going in camera. For those of you who want to keep it public, you vote against going in camera.
Mr. Reeves.
No.
Mr. Killoy.
No.
Monsieur Lauzon.
No.
Mr. Nguyen.
No.
Mr. Albas. Mr. Lawrence.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
No. No.
Mr. Gunn.
No.
No.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval.
No.
I should have asked for UC. Yeah. I'll do it right now.
So, yeas 0, nays 10.
Merci beaucoup. So, Mr. Albus, I turn the floor over to you, sir.
Yeah, believe it or not, Mr. Chair, I had many requests for me to actually say the motion a second time. So if you'll indulge me,
No.
I'll do it in French. No, I'm
Thank
just
God.
wanted the look on your face, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I would simply say is this: number one, we just believe that there's been a number of contradictory statements that have been made throughout this procurement loan situation. We think that more needs to be taken a look into this. We're not satisfied with those contradictions, and we feel this production order would allow us to be able to look into this closely. And again, Mr. Chair, I would simply point out that while debate may be welcome, it'll certainly be noteworthy if Liberals continue to or decide that they want to spend their time filibustering. We are going to be voting on this by the end of the hour that we have set aside to dispose of it. So I would just suggest that we get a vote as quickly as possible and everyone just cast their vote how they will. And we can then proceed to talk about other items that I know are also important to other members of this committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus. Do we have any members who would like to speak and be on the speakers list? I have Monsieur Lauzon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. I don't quite agree with my colleague when he says that there is a contradiction. I think the witnesses who appeared today were very clear, each one of them, starting with Minister Freeland. They all showed, obviously, that this is not the situation we would have wanted. We would have wanted that the product remain a Canadian one, built in Canada by Canadian workers. But we all understood that each had their role to play. There was Minister Robertson, who explained clearly the various directions and policies that had to be complied with. So I didn't really feel there was any controversy or contradictions between the various witnesses we heard from today. When we talked to BC Ferries, they clearly indicated that there were several reasons that there was a procedure to be followed for the good of Canadians and also for the good of their clients, the clients who use the ferries. So they did their due diligence, they did their duty, they acquitted themselves of their duty to deal with this issue. Now, it was clear that they needed help from the bank. So there was also no controversy with respect to communications or dates, no contradictions with respect to the process that was implemented both by BC Ferries and by the Infrastructure Bank of Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, that helped me to better understand the situation we have before us. This said, there are Canadian companies who did not tender bids, and this for several reasons. We learned today that there were Canadian businesses that already had their work orders were full, so they didn't bid. So it was clearly shown that the deficit in infrastructure was really what mattered in terms of these ferries. And in all transparency and without contradiction, it was showed that a disruption in service that would cost us dearly would cost millions, and it was clear that a way had to be found quickly for BC Ferries to meet its needs and minimize costs. And the contract, it did end up in China. It was a contract which had been decided on. It was a business decision. The Infrastructure Bank of Canada was not involved in this decision. The ministers were not involved in the process. And I believe that today we do see light at the end of the tunnel. Now, could we do better? I think that we in committee, we can make recommendations. Minister Freeland talked about getting together the various partners to come up with a way that we could discuss how to do better. We remain ready to look at the importance of consultations in decision making. But today, I learned a great deal about how everyone has a unique and important role to play in the call for tenders. Now, with respect to BC Ferries and the process, we saw that everything was complex. There was the pandemic, and there was a three-stage process giving predictability, qualifications, and implementation of the program, and the RFPs. And the Infrastructure Bank of Canada knew this would require a great deal of time. So I do not doubt, given what we've heard in committee, I don't believe that anyone was ill-intentioned, or I don't believe there were any contradictions between the various partners we heard from today, the various actors we heard from today. The minister's letter was not necessarily related to the Infrastructure Bank. There wasn't money from her department being spent elsewhere than in Canada. What it was a loan from the IBC, this in response to BC Ferries and their decision. So we might have to deal with the deficit in infrastructure, and BC Ferries' need had to be attended to. But the motion before us, I think, is greatly exaggerated, since all interveners, all partners, every single one of them, federal, provincial, anyone involved to any degree whatsoever, well, I think, Mr. Speaker, we've done our work as a committee. I think the people who here, we heard from the right partners. We heard from them how they came up with this solution, which was to give this contract to a Chinese company. Is it the best of all worlds? No. what we would have liked. We would have liked that Canadian steel and aluminum be able to take advantage of this opportunity, that Canadian companies and workers be able to take advantage of it. But as was very well explained today, is that yes, this committee did its work. We asked the right questions. And I'd be ready to make recommendations given what we've learned. Now, could we ask for certain, I don't know, exchanges, discussions between the departments and BC Ferries in order to justify what was done? But we don't doubt the word of those who appeared before us. And if anyone around this table needs justifications with respect to the communications that were made from the IBC, now, we all worked together on this. We've all been pulling in the same direction. Nobody was compromised. I didn't feel there was any ambiguity. But there is one thing that I might mention, Mr. Chair. What is being asked here is extreme. In this motion, we're being asked for these documents, but I think we might make an amendment. Mr. Barcelou-Duval has his hand raised. I think we might recommend a sub-amendment, but I will allow Mr. Barcelou-Duval to make his point. Thank you, Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Barcelou-Duval. But first, Mr. Kellaway, you have the floor.
No, Chair, I'll defer to the next member, given the fact that there may be discussion on a potential amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Barcelou-Duval, à vous la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Well, yes, with respect to the motion that was tabled, I think what we might do is make several observations, things that we have learned. We learned, first of all, that Ms. Freeland's letter of June 6th said there would be no federal funds being used to help BC Ferries with its ferries. But when she wrote the letter, the Minister of Infrastructure had already said that there was an agreement with BC Ferries about financing from the IBC, and that despite this agreement, the Infrastructure Bank said that it was going to go forward, and the Minister doesn't seem to have asked them to backpedal on this. The Minister of Infrastructure seemed rather confused as to his position, said he was sorry about this, but that the Infrastructure Bank had to deal with this on its own. So despite the affirmations or assertions of Minister Mélanie Joly about major projects, for example, aluminum and steel projects, that the Infrastructure Bank had received no directions with respect to favoring local steel and aluminum. And it didn't seem to bother anyone that this was going to a state, to a Chinese state company. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that it's rather disturbing. There are these sort of shadowy areas, especially what was said by the Minister of Infrastructure. So I think the Conservative motion asking for more information, I have no problem with that. I would like to see this, because the Minister did say what he said. There's one shareholder, that's the Canadian government. Yes, the bank is independent, but it seems to me there seems to be a lack of political will on the part of this government to find a solution to the problems before us. but perhaps in reading the contract and getting this information, we'll be able to get clear on this. So I would introduce a sub-amendment saying, in order to make the Conservative motion acceptable to the Conservatives, yes, they may want to make some changes, but I think we have to learn the lessons, take lessons from this situation, because there's been a kind of improvisation, especially in terms of messaging and concerning decisions that are made which have to do with taxpayers' money. It doesn't seem to be consistent with the way the government has been talking. It doesn't seem to be serving national interests, the national interests of Canada, and we think that this is something that shouldn't have happened. It seems that this bank takes decisions in camera without consulting anyone and presents the government with a done deal. So I think we need more transparency with respect to this issue. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to put a motion for an amendment if possible, if I can read that into the record.
Sure, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So in paragraph B, after any documented unredacted, add except as pursuant to legal and legislative obligations, and this will be circulated around. In paragraph C, delete the Department of Housing, Infrastructure, Communities, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Transport, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Privy Council Office, and the Office of the Prime Minister. In paragraph D, delete the Department of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Transport, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Department of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, including the Office of its Responsible Minister, the Privy Council Office, and the Office of the Prime Minister. In paragraph E, after in unredacted format, add except as pursuant to legal and legislative obligations. Those would be the thrust of the amendment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. I'll turn it over to Mr. Albus.
Yeah, just on that, I believe.
1 second, Mr. Albus. I'm looking over at some confused face. I just want to make sure that everybody got what was put forward, and do we have it in writing? Okay. Let me know if you need anything, and I'll make sure that we give you the time. Mr. Albus.
So before you find that in order, Mr. Chair, that substantially changes the nature of the motion, because we want both not just BC Ferries Incorporated as well as the CIB to show some accountability. We also know that there was some contradictions between what ministers said and did in regards to this, and to suddenly be pulling out all of the responsible minister's office, and there's several, that significantly changes the intent of the production order, and I think that it should not be allowed as an amendment. Amendments should only be allowed, Mr. Chair, is if it's a slight change or tweaking that is substantial.
So I'm inclined to let the members decide what they'd like to put forward. If it's voted on, you can bring that forward, and then I can make a ruling on whether or not it's, because there might be something that's proposed by another member that tweaks it to something that
Mr.
you
Chair, I'll
feel.
challenge your decision.
Well, no, just, well, it's just, I'd like you to find it in order first. If that is the case, then I guess we could look at other options.
I mean, I find it in order, and I'd like to hear what members have to say. And if
Mr. Chair, I'll challenge your decision.
Okay. We have to go to direct vote on challenging the chair's decision to keep it in order.
Everyone online, because we do have some new members here, could they just please say yay would be supporting your
Yay is supporting the decision of the chair. Nay means that you do not support the decision of the chair.
Mr. Graves.
Yay.
Mr. Calloway,
Yes.
Monsieur Lauzon, Mrs. Nguyen,
Oui.
Monsieur Albas,
No.
Mr. Lawrence,
No.
Ms. Lewis,
No.
Mr. Gunn,
No.
Monsieur Barsalou Duval,
Non.
Yeas 4, nays 5.
So the ruling of the chair is overturned. We'll now have a discussion on the main motion, and if there's a member that has another amendment they would like to propose, I guess I'm looking at you, Mr. Barcelou Duval. Any changes or any other additional discussion? I have Mr. Calloway, Mr. Lauzon on the list, and I turn it over to Mr. Albas.
I would just remind all members that we have to dispose of this business by 5 o'clock. So, you can filibuster if you like, but this is coming to a vote.
Just to be clear, Mr. Albas is correct in that we do have to dispose of all of these questions on the table, if there are any questions on the table, but it is 5:29, because I reconvened at 4:29, which gives us 1 hour. Not that I disagree with getting out.
Oh, let's just vote.
Yeah.
I think we know where everyone is.
Monsieur Lauzon, tu avais ton nom sur la liste?
Oui. Bon, merci, Monsieur le Président. Vous savez,
Thank you, Chair. Since 2015, we've been in committees and there have been amendments. Yes, amendments are important. But this time, to reverse the decision, for the chair to accept this here today, we find ourselves before a motion and we can't amend it. We've been working at finding a solution so that we might find a solution together to get to an agreement on the original motion. And here, our right to speak seems to have been taken away because of the balance of power. But that's how things are today. That's politics, right? Now, if we're going to amend, okay, we'll do it. But Mr. Chair, I would ask that we consult again, that we take a break for a few minutes so that we can review the motion. I accept what Mr. Alba said when he said that we might make some changes. I'm ready to make some changes, but I have to consult. I have to know what is being amended because what was deleted might be important to delete. But if we're to come to a compromise, I suggest we take a break and then come back quickly so that we can continue with a recommendation with respect to another amendment, a new amendment.
I mean, in 5 minutes, do you think we're going to be able to find...
Maybe yes, maybe no. I can talk for 5 minutes if you want.
Consent.
Okay, let's do it this way.
I'm inclined to
okay,
give
so I
you
can
guys
repeat
5
everything
minutes.
in English if you want.
I'm inclined to give you guys 5 minutes, but when we come back...
Mr. Chair. Look, if a dog eats my homework, you say the dog eats your homework, and then you get told that doesn't pass muster. You don't get to say, yeah, I'm going to go and try and see if I can get the dog to give it back. That's what you're doing here, Mr. Chair. The dog ate his homework.
I've always had faith in our ability to find ways to come together and find solutions. I will give this 5 minutes to see if we can, and if we can't, then we move on. I'll suspend for 5 minutes, colleagues. And I guess yes, Ms. Wien.
Mr. Chair, this is fun and procedurally nerdy for me. The motion that was brought forward did not specify a deadline to the committee to conclude the business. The motion adopted by this committee specifically stated that, and immediately following the conclusion of the testimony, that the committee devote 1 hour of business to determining the action it intends to take on this meeting, and that the questions raised be put to the vote before the meeting is adjourned. Well, this motion gives us an hour to discuss the action we intend to take. It does not impose a deadline on these discussions. It simply states that we cannot adjourn until we have put any questions raised to be put to a vote. Standing Order 116 clearly states, 116 standing orders apply generally. 1, in standing special or legislative committee, the standing orders shall apply so far as may be applicable, except the standing orders as to the election of a speaker, seconding of motions, limiting the number of times of speaking and the length of speeches. End of debate. The second part of this is 2A, unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee or by the House, the chair of standing special or legislative committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. A decision of the chair in this regard may not be subject to an appeal to the committee. Just wanted to bring that to your attention to note that.
This is a rule.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wien. Yes, Mr. Albus.
Yeah, we confirmed earlier that because I had said 5 o'clock and you said it was actually 5:25, I believe, was going to be the end of the meeting. 29, 5:29.
5:29. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've already decided the time. Yeah, this was agreed to.
Just further on that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Yeah, as my colleague was saying, we had agreed that there would be a disposition of all issues at the end of an hour, and that hour is quickly approaching. So.
J'aurais une question d'interprétation pour peut-être nos...
I have a question about interpretation. With respect to the nature of the motion on the table, my interpretation is that the motion we're discussing, excuse me, sir, we're trying to check something. Your question is very important. But you said just one moment, Mr. Chair, so I will allow the time to look at what Ms. Nguyen has been talking about, and then there will be discussion.
So what I've just confirmed with the clerks, and there was another clerk they reached out to who's an on-duty clerk to respond to emergency questions, is under normal circumstances, the chair cannot end debate if it's ongoing. However, in this particular case, because there was a motion adopted by the committee that put a timeline on the debate, it has to abide by that timeline. However, and this is the caveat, the committee could change that. The committee could look back on its own motion to say we need more discussion on this. So we don't have to abide by the 529 vote if the committee decides to not do that. I'm throwing that information out there to help with our discussions moving forward. Ça marche? Est-ce que vous avez compris, M. Barcel-Duval? Je peux répéter en français si vous
Did you understand, Mr. Barcel-Duval?
Donc, M. Barcel-Duval, je vous passe la parole.
So you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. This is a technical question. I think the clerks might be able to help us with it, but at the present time, we're debating the conservative motion on producing documents. But as I understand it, after this, we're going to be voting on the motion. Now, will this put paid to all the questions we have to deal with? Now, obviously, there are other possible motions. The Liberals might have motions. Would that be possible, or will we have to debate? Good question. Did you hear the member's question? Would you repeat your question, please? Yes, thank you, Chair. The motion we passed, we said once witnesses had been heard, we would decide on how we wanted to follow up on our meeting and that the committee would vote. But now we have debated one motion only, and there might be other motions on the table that we might want to discuss. So the question is, will it be possible to table these motions and discuss them, and once discussions are over, we'll be voting on that motion, and the other motions will fall by the wayside?
Vous pouvez toujours mettre une autre motion sur la table, ou un
You can always table a motion, and we can discuss it. At another meeting, is that it? So, yes, there's more to be discussed, and we could bring other motions forward. But if we're going to end at 5:29, we won't have enough time to discuss it. So we might have another meeting or other meetings to discuss this further.
I've got Mr. Greaves' hand up, Mr. Kellaway's hand up, Mr. Barcel-Duval, est-ce que vous voulez parler? Anybody? You guys want to talk real quick? No? Okay. Mr. Greaves, then Mr. Kellaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to be speaking to the conservative motion. I just want to confirm that that's the correct item before us at this point.
That is.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. In that case, What I wanted to speak to is I don't support this motion. I think it's very clear from the broad scope that's laid out in this motion that some of the members' intent is really just continue to create as much of a fishing expedition here as possible. The number of different departments listed, the number of different ministers' offices that are listed, despite having had the opportunity today to speak directly with the Minister of Transport, with the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure, with the senior leadership of both the CIB and BC Ferries, we still find ourselves in a position where seemingly our honorable colleagues are not satisfied with the answers that have been given. They don't seem content to have these autonomous agencies with arm's length relationships to both the provincial and the federal governments. In the case of BC Ferries, a provincial entity that has no relationship to the federal government other than Transport Canada's regulatory authority. And so it seems very much that the intent here is a willingness on the part of our colleagues to use BC Ferries as a political cudgel and to undermine the future effectiveness of the service and the impact that it has in British Columbia, the impact that it has for BC communities, for the BC economy, that all of that our colleagues are willing to put at stake in order to try to make political hay in an effort to embarrass the government. And so this amendment, I regret to say, especially as it's coming from a fellow member from British Columbia, is not a motion that is in the best interest of our province. It's not a motion that supports the infrastructure and the services that British Columbians rely upon. It is a motion that seeks to serve the political interests of the members' party at the expense of British Columbians. I would suggest that's not acceptable, Mr. Chair. I would suggest that it's an irresponsible motion that casts a wide net in a fishing expedition, attempting to find information additional to that which has been provided in the last 5.5 hours of committee before us. And so I don't support this motion, Mr. Chair. I think this motion is an effort to drag out this committee's work rather than allow us to go forward and produce the study that we had initially agreed in our last meeting. So I hope that my colleagues will agree that we are not well served by extending this process in the way that's been proposed, but rather allowing the analysts and the committee to move forward in producing a report that will indicate how it is in future we can ensure that procurement decisions that are taken with federal government support are taken in such a way that they support Canadian jobs, support Canadian industry, and meet the critical needs of Canadians for vital infrastructure that we are expected to be investing in and to be meeting the needs of our constituents. I'll hold it there, but thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Greaves. Mr. Kellaway.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I was going to speak to this earlier, but I did hand it off because I thought there was going to be a sub-amendment. Over the course of the last 5 or 6 hours, I think we've had a real strong opportunity to hear from a lot of different people on this particular topic. Minister Freeland and the Minister of Infrastructure, and of course BC Ferries and the Infrastructure Bank. And again, it's my take, it's through my lens, and I didn't see a heck of a lot of contradictions here. I did see things that unified many of us around the table, that we're in a different time than we were 6 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. Seemingly we're in a different time every day when you turn on the television, whether it's CBC, CTV, Global, or social media, where the goalposts with respect to the United States, in particular, Mr. Trump, with these unfair tariffs, keeps on being erratic, unpredictable. It's the only thing that's predictable about him is unpredictability. So we're in a different time. And I think each of the witnesses really highlighted that. Yes, there were dates thrown, who knew what, when. And this is serious, and I get that. And in particular, it's serious for the British Columbian people. And I'm getting that through opposition people that are from BC, and of course, folks that are on the government side that are from BC. So I kind of look to a couple of things. It seems like that this is an omnibus motion to go fishing. Okay, that can be done. But what are we going to do in terms of not just the government, but meeting the moment for Canadians, which means I agree. We need more infrastructure development in Canada. I agree we need more people working on ships and different infrastructure, not shipping them out to potential areas, in this case, China. But we also got a firm grasp of the kind of chronological aspects of why that happened. Now, what is it as a committee? What are we going to do? Are we going to go back and be, soothing through everything to determine, did someone say something that they shouldn't have said on July 1st or June 2nd? Or are we going to identify that we all agree, well, this, we need to do better? So what can we do in terms of recommendations to ensure that we do better? That we do better in terms of our relationship with different entities in the provinces, such as BC Ferries? How do we prepare for what is not a dream, that is not fantasy, that is, we are going to be, to much of a degree, masters of our own home in the sense of generating nation wealth? What are we going to do to produce better in terms of industry? Those are the recommendations that I want to see. I want to take this situation and I want to learn from it and I want to build upon it. And I think that's what Canadians want us to do. And I think good on the opposition for us for being here today, because the reality is that we had some sunlight on some things. For example, of the $1 billion loan, stress the loan, 690 is going to the building of the vessels. 310 million is going to the electrification of infrastructure in BC. Now, I'd like to know, how do we maximize that? Because most of that is going to be in BC, right? Among other things, I'd like to know, how do we not get here, do everything we can to avoid getting here again? How do these institutions evolve in a rapid rate? The difference between now and 12 months ago is staggering in terms of our relationship with the Americans. Where we need to go as a country in terms of development, in terms of jobs, in terms of the new economy, in terms of energy, whether that be oil and gas or whether that be renewables. So those are the things that I'm hoping, and I look to people around this table, people that care about the federal side of things, but also care about provincial rights and provincial economic wealth. How do we put forward recommendations to strengthen that based on what we heard today? That's what I'm hoping to achieve. And I don't cast any in any doubt that if you put forward a motion, that's your motion. I respect that. But honestly, in this motion, I don't think it's going to help us pivot. I don't think it's going to help us learn from this. And I don't think it's going to help British Columbians. But what we can do is be serious about what recommendations can come out of this committee that is going to impact industry in BC, industry in Quebec, industry in Atlantic Canada. That's what we could be serious about. And that's just my opinion. Does it make it any different or any better than a conservative input or a bloc input? But we're at a different time. We're at an inflection point in this country. We need to get these things right. So let's learn from it, build on it, or we can spend 5, 6, 7, 8 meetings. We can have really important banter. Social media can have its thing. Conspiracy theorists can have their thing. And where are we? So I just defer to you, Mr. Chair, and anybody else that has their hands up. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kellaway. I have Mr. Albus on the floor.
Just wanted to say that I find it interesting that when the members wanted to strip away any kind of accountability when it came to government offices such as a minister's office, that they seemed to be perfectly fine with the so-called fishing expedition as long as it didn't include their minister's offices. So I think it's pretty clear what's going on here. I think it's pretty clear that they're just trying to block any kind of accountability for their ministers, and that's fair. But I'll just leave with that, Mr. Chair, that other than that Conservatives, and I won't speak for the bloc, but opposition members seem to have some concerns, and we want to know more, and that's what the production order is supposed to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albus. Mr. Lauzon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Lauzon. Thank you, Chair. We were about to vote on a motion. My colleague Mike Kellaway asked that be withdrawn. Now, it was clear from the witnesses today, because they said there were questions where the Conservatives asked for figures. They wanted to compare figures by various people who had tendered offers. But this is that even illegal to make this public. Those figures, the Conservatives, we know, and the Conservatives know full well that to make these competitive tenders public is not fair. It's not proper. There is a rigorous process in place. We do go. It's not just the price, but the best value for money given the services rendered. Now, what we shouldn't do is make these figures public.
So I think, following from what the committee said, that it's time for us to vote on this.
Okay. We're going to go to a vote.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Yep.
Tant et si longtemps qu'on a...
Point of order, Chair. Well, as long as we're debating, I think we can continue on.
Two clerks, as well
Point of
as
order.
a third
Point of order.
clerk who have informed me that at 5:29, due to
I
the
know,
fact that a
but as
motion-
long as we have a discussions on that, we can continue.
Sorry, Dr. Lewis, I have Mr. Lauzon on a point of order first. Yeah. So as explained earlier, Standing Order 116 clearly states that if a time limit has been set in advance of the meeting, you have to stick to that timeline. That's the only time when debate has a limit on it. Sir, I can read it into the record. End of debate. Unless a time limit has been adopted by the committee, which in this case it has been, or by the House, the chair of the Standing Special Legislative Committee may not bring a debate to an end while there are members present who still wish to participate. So there's only one time. If there has been a limit, a time limit adopted by the committee, in this particular case, that was 1 hour, correct?
Mr. Chair, you've already ruled. This is clear. Let's just go to a vote and get this done.
And we have a third committee clerk who has been reached out to for this to confirm, correct? Yes. So that's what's going on. Okay. This is on the motion. This is the only question that we have before us, correct? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we have another point of
Mr.
order from
Graves.
the Conservative.
No, she has no point of order left.
Mr. Greaves.
I beg your pardon. I just heard a point of order. So could we clarify what I'm voting on, or if the point of order is being taken?
I don't think Dr. Lewis still has a point of order. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Lewis.
I don't. It was on Standing Order 116, which you raised. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kellaway, your hand is still up. Did you have a point of order?
I didn't have a point of order. I was going to put forward an amendment for consideration.
Mr. Kellaway, thank you. That time has passed.
Mr. Greaves.
I'm sorry. Could the clerk please clarify what I'm being called on to vote on here?
you are voting on the motion that was put forward by Mr. Albus.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chair. I vote no.
Mr. Calloway,
Nope.
Monsieur Lozon,
No.
Mrs. Nguyen,
No.
Mr. Albas, Mr. Lawrence,
Yes, I vote yes.
Ms. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Good,
I vote yes.
Monsieur Barcelo Duval,
Oui.
Yeas 5, nays 4.
The motion carries, and I believe that concludes the meeting.